of held you up a little bit over here. That was nice of it.
The problem is he's so fast on the straight and then slow on the corner. But I guess that's a practical.
Yep. How's the car feel with the lower tire pressure?
Feels better on the low speed, but not as good on the high speed.
Okay, so we'll leave them where they are.
Yeah.
Just leave them where they are.
Although the only thing I'm curious, is there a pressure difference between left and right? There.
Alright, whenever you want to go out. You put your snapsack up. Drop it down.
Target acquired.
Eagle 1, first strike. You have permission to engage the target.
Warning. The following video contains explicit language which may be offensive to some viewers or inappropriate for children. The content within this video is intended for mature audiences only.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. I apologize right out of the gate. Yesterday, I got hung up. I was out of town and I just could not get back on time. I do apologize. I had a lot of stuff going on. I've had a lot of stuff going on for about the past week. A couple of weeks, just had a deal trying to blow up in my face, and I've really been trying to fix it. So we're gonna get into that a little later. First order of business is we're gonna check and see who's up in the house tonight. I see Viking Paradigm was first tonight. He beat 13 in here for sure. Smoking Spaceman is in the house. Chairman of the board, Anson Knowles, up in the house. I think we renamed him the Baron of the board. He needs to change his screen name immediately. We got Smoking Spaceman in the house. The Steel Man, what's up, buddy? Good to see you out in the chat. Lord of Pies and Ryan Lopez both made it in tonight. They've been going back and forth. That's pretty funny. Cronick, Abundance, Nicholas. That's a lot. Cronick is in the house. He's having a good time. And so is Robert Demita. Robert Demita is out there. He's doing some good work. Beth Mayhew finally made it in. She wasn't even here the other night when we had all that fun. I don't know why. She should have been here, but she was not. Cronick's out there playing with the emojis. The emojis are cool. We've got Naomi's going to be doing even more emojis for us, so stay tuned for that. Right? Exactly. Okay, good deal. Old Joe has made it up in the house. And we've got Are We Not Minions? That's my buddy Kevin, not the Are We Retarded Minion. I mean, man, whatever. 13 is actually in the house. He was just cooking dinner. I happen to know that. Everyone hit that like button, he says, and that should happen. Yeah, so it's going to be a good show tonight. I'm going to start off with a couple of things right out of the gate. The emotes are not gay. If they were, they wouldn't be on this channel. I don't allow any gay emotes, actually. They're all fine, outstanding hetero emotes. Anyway, Cronick wants to see me on whatever. That might actually happen. I'm supposed to go out to LA at some point this year. I got some stuff I need to do out there, and it's going to be a good time when that happens, because I do believe that Brian and I are supposed to link up. At least I'm going to buy him dinner, and if not, and maybe I'll make it on the show. We'll see. So. Did we have the debate, Beth? Chairman of the board sending 50 more memberships. Now, guys, ladies and gentlemen, I don't know what the heck. Talia always gets the memberships. I don't know what happened the other day. Anson, you're going to have to let me in on this. I don't know what happened. Anson gifted some memberships, and he made some super chats. And for some reason, he texts me today, and he's like, "Hey, are you refunding me this?" And I'm like, "I don't even know how to do that." And so I guess he's looking into it. I've never heard of that. Has anybody heard of that? It does stand to reason, though, because there's been some times where I check what I think, what it shows that has been donated, and then versus what it shows later, and it's not always the same. So I'm really curious to see if other people have had this problem. I know that Kissy Cat had an issue with they won't allow her to donate any more donations memberships for a while. So just kind of it's kind of a weird thing. So we're going to talk about a bunch of different things tonight. Before I go too much further, I'll have to play the service announcement. I'm going to just kind of let these memberships just roll on by for a minute, and then I'll play the public service announcement so that everyone understands the scope of the show. Wow, that was awesome, Anson. Appreciate that, buddy. So I am very curious about the debate. I thought it was for tonight, but maybe if it was last night, that's even better. You have a problem staying on point? There you go. Did I get any super rare ones? I don't know. But Mr. Anson, I really appreciate that. But yeah, they were trying to. Apparently, Anson reached out to me today and said that it looked like I was trying to refund him for his donation, which, I mean, I would, but I didn't do that. Like it's just very strange. So, yeah. Really, Jess? I did not know this. This is crazy to me. This is Jess says, and welcome, Jess, by the way. I send in memberships all the time, and it happens a lot. I've had it cut off completely where I couldn't donate anymore, too. That's what's happened to Kissy Cat. But what Anson said was that it actually was trying to refund the memberships to him, which is just wild. It's just crazy. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, it's been a heck of a week, all over the place. We've got now we've got they've threatened to impeach Trump yet again. This will be the third time for those of us at home that are counting. I don't think it's going to get anywhere. I mean, come on. But yeah, it's an interesting thing. You're the Lotus cards from Magic. Okay. What's up, Naomi? How are you? Is Mikey Balls free, or is he still chained in the basement? Just asking. Everyone is laughing at the gay guy threatening to impeach Trump. I don't know that he's got anything to do that with. I don't know if you saw, but Trump signed an EO. Basically, he signed a couple of EOs lately that before the ink was dry, yet again, the Dems are there saying, "Well, he can't do that. We're going to put we're going to put a stop to that," and it just never ends. It's getting crazy. Still in the basement, Naomi? Okay, he's getting dinner. All right, that's fine. He should have dinner. Credit cards have grift protection. Mine do. Mine will shut down and send me a fraud protection notice. So yeah, the grift must flow though, so we got to keep that going. Arthur Dye, I'm glad you're here. We are going to talk business tonight, guys. We're going to talk about in plain language, and I'm going to give you an instance that I'm going through right now of how and why. Not only is Doge working, by the way, but it's going to make my life much better. Let me see. I got to wait for this to come up. But hold on. There we go. Jess White, another Australian $5 coming in. Welcome. Thank you again, Jess White. Yes, when you break it, I've done it many times. If you send in memberships that don't show up in chat, usually you will get a refund, but not always. So Anson's his donations did. They showed up. People got memberships. We had 160 memberships the other night, guys. 160 gifted memberships, which is a huge win for the chat and it supports the channel obviously, but man, those gifted memberships going out to the members, and to the subscribers is amazing, and it's awesome. 160. But apparently I only got credit for about half of that because, or 2/3 of that, because Anson's getting refunded that money, and that's fine. You know, it's you know, not that big a deal, but it's weird, man. It's weird. It's like YouTube is. I mean, I'm not saying they're out to get me, but man, they do not like. I don't think YouTube likes me, man. I really don't. I really don't. But yeah. I don't think Anson can become a member because he's a branded account. He has a channel, and once you become a branded account, it's hard to become a member. So, or at least gift a membership. So, so at any rate, so I don't know if you guys know this, but Doge is working, and I spent some time on it the other night talking about how and what's gone on in Q1 and what's expected in Q2. And Ryan Lopez, you found my channel by accident. Well, welcome, brother. Welcome. I'm glad to see you. We'll get you up here. We'll let you tell yourself. If you want, you can come up a little later and you can talk about yourself. And if you've got a channel or something, you're willing to plug that. If you want to come up, that's fine too. So yeah. But anyway, so if anyone has any doubts about the reshoring of manufacturing, hey, K2, keep on trucking. Good to see you back in the chat, sir. I've seen you everywhere but here, and it's I'm glad to see you back. So pardon me. The at the end of the day, Doge, everything Trump's doing, if you don't believe that they're reshoring America jobs into America from other countries, you're insane. You are absolutely out to fucking lunch. Like, you have no idea what's going on in the world. Right now, I'm trying to buy. I called yesterday about buying an injection molding company. It's been around since the 80s. They do all kinds of plastic injection molding. They do all kinds of massive injected molded products for automotive companies. And the it's just been really really so I call about this injection molding company. It went $5.5 million for it. It's good. It's a good deal. It makes about $6 million a year, and it makes really good. It's starting to make really good cash flow. It's going to probably cash flow right about $1 million a year, which is numbers that you want, right? And so I called about it, and the guy's like, "Yeah, the broker is a kind of a tool belt," and he says, how you want, what's your funding? How are you going to make it? How are you going to pay for it? I'm like, I'm like, well, I mean, it depends, it depends on what the deal is. But whatever, doesn't matter. And basically, he has a bunch of what are called strategics. And these are people that are in the injection molding business that will go out and they will, they're looking to increase volume. They don't even care if the company that I'm looking at is even making any money at all. They don't care. They're just looking at it as its existing machinery and staff that knows what they're doing. What's up, Angry Beaver? How are you, sir? Stick around. Stay a while. It's going to be a good talk tonight. We'll get some people up here later instead of just me rambling. But this is important stuff, guys. If you don't think that jobs are coming back to America, if you or people are out there right now saying, Trump's messed up in the head, nothing's gonna, nothing's working, they're full of it. Again, so right now, this injection molding company is in my hometown. I actually believe I know where it is, and in my hometown, and it's for sale, $5.5 million. So he's got cash buyers for it. He says he does. I don't know that he does. And some of them are Chinese companies. And why would a Chinese company want to do that, you say? Well, why would they want to produce products in America? Why would they want to own production resources in America if they're a Chinese company and they can make it so cheap in their own country? Well, the answer is they can't actually make it that cheap. They can't, especially with the amount of tariffs involved. And once the trade imbalance balances back out to some degree, I mean, it will never have exact even trade, but once we get this trade imbalance a lot more favorable, what you're going to see is you're going to see this this investment into America, and it'll be investment not just by Americans, but also from other countries. And so I'm obviously I'm probably not going to be able to buy that company, but I am buying another company, or I'm trying to really hard. And it's a hell of a deal. We're going to get into it in a minute. Well, they're not sneaking in, Arthur Daya. They're bidding just like everybody else. But again, they can't make the product in their country anymore for the same price and sell it cheaply over here. So they're going to be putting more investment into America. I don't care as long as it provides American jobs. Who cares? What problem do you have with that? You know. So, as a matter of fact, I don't really have. I mean, I would rather buy it, but you know, whatever. And I'm sure that there are some American bidding too. Make a case for that, Arthur Daya. Make a case for that not being good. It's actually really good, because what generally happens is they use that as they use the investment to for two things. First, in general, they use investment to gain as a springboard to citizenship. They come in and they become American citizens, and they bring their money with them. And they produce products in our country. They can cut off. Why would they do? That's insane. What are you talking about? Why would they do that? Arthur Dye would be a member too. What? I'm sorry, I missed a theory. I missed a theory somewhere. Somebody enlighten me on the theory that I missed. At any rate, I don't actually have too big a problem with the investment, but whatever. It doesn't matter. It's probably not going to be the Chinese. It's just indicative of the fact that they can't. They to compete, they're going to have to buy manufacturing in the U.S. It's just going to be that way. Oh, if you can max out the number of oh yeah. I don't know if you can. I don't know. I mean, it's just a weird thing to have happened. So Arthur Dye may have her ability to become a member turned off. They didn't necessarily turn it off. We weren't accepting shipments, Arthur Daya. That's a very radical line of thought. The shipments were sitting in the port of LA, and the port of LA wouldn't allow anybody to unload them. You're a branded account, Arthur Daya? Oh, she's a pet. There you go. Arthur Dye, that's an interesting take. My understanding is that the reason, and maybe I'm misremembering. I could be. My understanding is that the actual truth of the matter is not that China wasn't willing to sell us whatever we wanted during that time period. It was that when it came over on boats, there was no one to unload it, just like every other product, because the Port of California, Port of New York was shut down by our idiots government. As a matter of fact, I remember a friend of mine who was a truck driver during that period. I don't know if he's still a truck driver. Literally parked literally parked waiting to unload for weeks. Yeah, actually, I don't think they could, Arthur Daya. They literally couldn't do that. That's insanity. Because they still hire, I mean, they basically hire Americans to do it and to run it. Yeah. Arthur Dye, I think you're buying into some really strange nonsense. Because I remember when all of those shortages started happening, and it wasn't in the beginning. It was literally when our government shut down the ports, and literally there were cargo ships stacked deep at the port of LA and the port of New York and the port of wherever the fuck it is on the East Coast that we couldn't do it. The only port that was unloading was Florida, and that was the one that were the ones in Florida, and they weren't, and boats weren't going there, even though they should have been diverted from New York to Florida. It's not buffering for me, and I have YouTube up. I have my screen, and then I have YouTube up, so it's not buffering for me. Only 24 million. I mean, you can sue anybody. I'm not buying that, Arthur Daya. I'm not buying that. And even if I wanted to buy it, so what? So they didn't want to sell us stuff. Who cares? Yeah. Missouri. Yeah. Missouri's a shithole right now, but yeah. Yeah, it's on your end. Arthur, yeah, I don't buy into any of that. I really don't. I remember the truck drivers literally sitting there for days on end, never getting anything. What's up, Fredo Fonzarelli? How are you? Well, yeah, I agree that we should make that stuff. We did make that stuff. But again, when they shut everything down, we weren't able to make it. I kind of agree with Kronick here. We're not entitled to their business. Before the port thing ever happened, China was shut down. They literally were welding people into their apartment. No one could leave their house. I don't think we're dependent upon them, but we obviously have more. We use more of their products than I would like. Yeah, I understand that we don't make drugs here. That's a government issue. That's a government issue. That's true too, Chairman of the board. We actually do have infrastructure for that, Arthur Daya. If you don't tell everyone to stay the fuck home, and you don't, you know what was stupid, Arthur Daya? This is a dumb, because I understand that you were probably just reading about it and you were really pissed off because you were in a medical profession. But I looked at this with a scalpel of an eye, and who cares, Arthur Daya? We hoarded products and wouldn't sell them to them. We literally shut down all exports of what are those damn machines that GM was making? Ventilators. We literally wouldn't sell anybody in the world ventilators. So at any rate, I was buying, of course I was buying stuff too. We do have the infrastructure, Arthur Dye. That's a lie. That's an absolute lie. Name one product we can't make here that we don't have the infrastructure to make. Anson, you should come up. The mods, the link is in the chat. I mean, in the mod chat. Actually, a friend of mine actually works for a pharmaceutical company in California, and we can make basically everything. Right, Arthur Dye. That's because of our government. It's not because we don't have the capacity to make it. It's because of our government. Yeah, you can come up whenever. I don't care. So one of the interesting things, tell me if anybody else knows about this. So I was trying to understand what the fuck was going on. Why I wasn't getting the things that I ordered, and like it was literally sitting on in theory, sitting on a shelf. And so what I found out is that the way that the governments were allowing these warehouse workers to operate was they could work they could only have X number of people in these factories and plants. Once they and which was just retarded, but they did it anyway. And when they so they could have shipping one day. They would ship one day, and then they would do all the stuff that they received would be just stacked until they could do the unloading of the receiving. And so they literally, these warehouses were so inefficient and so poorly they were so poorly capable of operating that they couldn't do anything, Arthur Dye. They literally couldn't. Our government fucked it up. It wasn't that we couldn't do it. Our government literally said, you can't have this many people in there. If you do, we will lock your doors. I'll send the sheriff over, and I'm going to lock your doors. That's what happened, Arthur Dye. We could have had, we didn't have to have all these shortages. And anyway, again, it has nothing to do with China. China is irrelevant in my worldview, because honestly, anything they make, we can make, and we can actually make it, maybe not overnight, but we can spool up pretty quick. I'm in manufacturing, and I'm looking at like I could launch a product line in weeks, honestly, as long as it was especially something simple like PPE or whatever. 3M, who made all of the PPE, which did not come from China, 3M made most of the masks. They were literally shut down, Arthur Dye. Shut down. We were made to be relying on China during COVID because 3M couldn't operate their plants. Even when they were deemed necessary employees, they still weren't able to have the number of workers on the floor that they needed to. And that's who makes all of our PPE in this country, is 3M BASF. That's who does it. Every single N95 mask is related to 3M at some point. It just is. No, we're not dependent on China. Name one thing that I get from China that I can't get from here. Name one thing. They are actually dependent on us. I'm waiting. But anyway, so the company I'm buying is how about a wife? Yeah. All right, heparin from almost. You said almost all. We don't get it all from there. You know, that might be true. What's up, Michelle? How are you? Ladies and gentlemen, by the way, I know that Michelle hasn't been around a lot lately, but she is going through some stuff. I'm not going to get into it. I think she's a very private person and is probably going to be really mad that I'm saying this much, but she is going through some stuff. And, you know, I know not everyone in my audience prays, but if you could keep her in your thoughts, that would be wonderful. She is just kind of going through some stuff. We have more pigs here than China does. What are you talking about? Arthur Dyer, we have way more pigs than China does. Yeah, Texas alone. Yeah, I'm not gonna go. I'm not gonna circle the drain on China. Look, I don't see China as an existential threat. I don't care about China. They can do whatever they want. They can get mad and say they're not going to sell us a damn thing, and I wouldn't care. We don't have to figure out how to do it. We can just do it. Yeah. Well, I do agree. I agree 100%. We should make things here, and that's actually the whole point. Maybe I should get into pharmaceuticals, but the entire point tonight is that Doge is working, and all of these things are being reshored. The injection molding company is just one of them. You asked Grok, what did Grok say? So at any rate, so I'm in the middle of buying this company. Toasters, I can get by without. Fireworks, fake flowers, coloring books, and my kid might be mad about the coloring book thing. I'm going to be honest. At any rate, so I'm in the middle of buying this company, and so let me explain the problem to you, and then Chairman can come up, and I'll quit my rambling. But so it's a small company, right? There's basically 6 employees, and you know, they make about 1.3 a year in revenue, but their costs are really high right now. They need to get that under control, but they've been on cruise control for so long, they don't really care. And the discretionary funds are the seller's discretionary funds or earnings, SDE, SDF, whatever. It's not much, like right under 200 grand. And it's not much, but it's enough. And so the rent was like $3 grand. And, you know, basically when you run all the numbers, it made sense. And we were set to do the deal. We're about to close in like 23, 24 days. And then last week, the building is, we're told that the building is being sold. They're going to close at the end of May. Okay. Now, the new owner is talking about a significant increase in the rent. Okay. That significant increase is taking us from $4,000 a month to somewhere around 12, maybe a little more a month. And so it's basically the smallest hop that they want to, they've said. So they want $19 a square foot. We have just over 8,000 square feet. And the their offer right now to keep us in place is $15 a square foot. That's still $120,000 a year more in rent than what they're currently paying. Okay, was $70,000 more. I'm sorry, $70,000 more. So it's a big increase, right? And that sucks all of the money out of the business. And you might say, well, you can do that for a year. We're going to build a building and all this stuff. But the problem is that the SDE, the money the company earns needs to be put back into the, I don't need it for my own survival, but I need to put that money back into the company to fund R&D for new products, to launch new product lines, to do some marketing, to do all kinds of other things. And so if we take a big chunk of that out, now we can still do it, but now the business is paying for itself, but I'm pulling money out of my pocket for all of the R&D and all of that. And so, which is technically that's fine, but I don't want to do that. Like it's a deal killer to do this. It's just a deal killer. So I had a meeting today with the seller of the business. They're well aware of the situation. And I'm going to get into really why this is important in a minute, but right now let's just keep walking down this path. Meet with the seller, and I basically tell them, hey, this is a deal killer. This is something that if we can't fix this, if we can't figure out something, it's a problem. It's a real problem. So, basically where I left it is we need to get a reasonable lease term for the next year. And that would be, if we have to pay, if we have to, we'll pay the $15 a square foot. We won't like it, but we will do it for a year. But we would really like to see $12 a square foot. It's just better. Well, hold on. We're going to get to that 13. I like what you're saying. So basically where we're at now is where I'm at. This is my path forward, right? If we have to get the rent down as low as we can. Whatever we spend for the rent for the next year, we're taking off of the price of the business. They wanted $380. We got to deduct the $70,000 off the price of the business. We'll pay them $300,000. Okay. And we're only going to pay them probably $50,000 up front, and we're going to put the rest on a seller note. And we won't even start paying them until year 2, probably. Because we're just too much risk. So, and the other reason I'm not only going to give them $50,000 up front is now I'm going to go build a building. Now I actually own just under an acre of property that I can build on, and I can put a $10,000. I can put a 10,000 square foot building on the property. Now that cost me $30 a square foot to build that, roughly. And so build up, you got to listen to the whole thing, Arthur Dye. You're getting ahead. You're getting ahead of yourself. So for the year, right? So if I get $12 a square foot, which is still more than I want, it's still a lot, but fine. Let's do what $12. Let me just run the numbers here, because I didn't run the numbers earlier today. I've been busy. See. All right, so that takes the rent from $4,000 a month to $8,000 a month, and which is no bueno. and it that year that jumps the rent from basically 50 grand to 100 grand. So it doubles the rent. The building's old. And so so I can do that for a year. Well, this is what I'm gonna. This is my path forward, and we got to get this down to like 12 grand, $12 a square foot. If it goes to $15 a square foot, the difference is the difference goes from 96 to $120,000, which is what I mentioned earlier, and so that's a massive rent increase. And so my solution is to accept it for the year. Again, we're going to knock that 100 grand that we spend in unexpected rent off of the purchase price of the business, right? Because now that we're talking about up to $120,000 in rent, where his business, we were willing to give him 380 grand for his business. We're only willing to give him, less than that. We're going to knock basically probably going to knock $100,000 off. So, and we're only going to we were going to give him $120,000 down. We're only going to probably give him 50, right, up front. So, no, this guy wants to retire, Arthur Daya. They're not worried about increasing costs. This is actually really a surprise to everybody. They've been paying the same rent for like 15 years. But the lady that owns the building is old. Her son decided to sell it, and now they're selling it. And the guy's overpaying for it by a lot, and so that's what he's doing. So the business is selling because he's going to retire. We're going to talk about that part of it in a minute. So just hold your horses. So the deal is really simple. It's really straightforward. Now it is anyway. I think we're going to be able to go forward. So I have a property. I can put a 10,000 square foot building on it, which is 2,000 square foot more than we have now. It's going to cost me $0 for the property because I own it. The deal was good until the rent went up. The deal, and it was only good because it had good bones and it could support itself while we developed new product lines, right? No, he didn't suddenly want to retire. He's been wanting to retire for like 5 years. You're missing part of the story. Let me go back through this with you. I really should come up here and I really should have somebody up here to talk to. So let me walk you through how this deal happens. This guy's been trying to sell this business now for probably 2 or 3 years. He's not going through a broker. He's basically he's selling it himself. He has an evaluation. He's had an evaluation done. It's valued at about 380 grand. Makes about 1.5 million a year. The bones are good. It makes 30% of its sales is in consumables, which is good, and the rest of it is sales of the machinery that they manufacture, and so they don't no concentration of manufacture, none of that. It's good business. The guy's is old, and he's been trying to sell it for a while, but he's just hadn't taken the right deal. And he kind of was, I think he was kind of procrastinating. And he still wasn't even in a big hurry to sell, although he really wants to retire now. I think his wife has some health issues and he's just done. He's done. He doesn't care. He wants to go home. He wants to sit on his couch and watch TV. That's what he wants to do. Just tell him what it is. So we're about halfway through the deal when the building gets sold, right? Just for everybody coming in, that's what happened. It wasn't that he suddenly increased anything. We were about halfway through the deal. We were about halfway through the through our Q of E, halfway through our due diligence. We checking the bank accounts, making sure all the numbers added up. we were getting ready to do the physical inventory, and basically we were ready to close probably in 2 weeks. We were ready to write a check and take over. And then at our last meeting, which is about a week and a half ago, he says, I just want to let you guys know, I think the building is either sold or it's close to selling. The owner of the building's been here the last couple of days, and today he's showing this guy around. And that guy came over and talked to me about staying on as a tenant and all of that. So a couple of days later, well, actually, I guess it was the next day. That day, he calls me and gives me the number of the broker that's that's making the deal. The broker then gets a hold of me, calls me back, says, "Hey, what's going on?" And I'm basically like, "Well, we're in the middle of trying to buy this business." And he's like, "Well, okay, well, the guy hasn't had a lease in forever. There's X, Y, Z, all this stuff." I'm like, okay, well, where are you guys at? What are you looking at for rent going forward? Once you take over, is it the cost per square foot for this type of property right now is $19 a square foot. Now that's high. Okay. That's high. And there's a reason for that, but it's high. 19 is on the top end. We're not going to pay 19. We wouldn't pay 19 even if I wanted to pay 19. But I thought that he would drop it down to 8 or 9, right? So instead of being 8, so basically they're doubling the rent. I thought that they would I thought we were going to be at 6. I thought we were going to be at $6,000 a month instead of 8. They're really going for the full 12,000 a month. So at 19, the deal doesn't make sense anymore. And here's why. So again, the business makes good money, but it doesn't make great money because of a couple of things. First, they hadn't had a price increase in like 10 years. They basically just kept everything the same. They haven't been changing their rate with inflation, which is probably why their business has been so easy. What's up, my friend?
Hey, Grid, how you doing?
I'm good. Give me a second. Let me finish running through this. So they haven't had a price increase in forever. They run six employees, including the owner. It started out as a partnership between 4 guys like 30 years ago. They basically 2 guys left and got bought out. This guy and his partner owned it for the last like 20 years or something. That guy died 7 years ago, had like sudden onset, was diagnosed with stage 4 cancer. Like just went in for a checkup, stage 4 cancer, gone in a year, whatever. And so now that guy has kept it going. For the sole remaining owner kept it going, and now he's paid off the wife of the partner, right? And then he's just basically it's just existing, right? Now they do good work. Their machines are good. The quality is excellent. They've got great machinery to make stuff happen. It's actually, it is a good business, right? It just needs somebody that wants to actually like do business, right? So and that's kind of where I'm at, right? Like I'm looking at it as like, we could easily double their sales just by having an actual sales guy. Hiring a sales team would like would smash. Like it would be cool. So so we had all of these plans in place to buy the company, make some small changes, and then eventually move out, right? Yes, exactly. Helping Hound. And then we're going to get into that in just a minute. I'm just, as soon as I get through this, how this deal is going to go down. So now the rent's basically tripled. Hopefully we're going to negotiate down to where it's merely doubled, and he's going to have to eat that cost, but we're not going to cover that cost, right? We're not going to buy the business with that hanging over us. And then we're going to build a building on property I own, and it actually ends up working out really good for me because I build the building, right? And that's $30 a square foot. So it's, figure $400,000 to build the building. The second that thing's done, it'll appraise for $1.5 million. The second I hang the done sign on it, right? It'll be crazy how expensive it really is. And then we'll do we'll pay, I'll either pay off the construction loan, or I will, I will, do a commercial mortgage on the property, and that'll be the end of it. So, and then we'll go from, instead of being anywhere we go, and look, we've looked at real estate all throughout the area. The cheapest I can get into a place that was suitable is $7 or $8 grand a month, which we can't do and develop product. So if I do it the way I'm going to do it, I have to build a building, but then I own the building, and now I don't have to worry about rent. Plus my fixed cost, instead of paying $3,000 a month in rent, I pay $3,000 or maybe less if I can get this done for $500,000, $600,000, I mean, that's a mortgage of $2,800 a month or less, depending on interest rate, obviously. So I feel pretty good. All right. Like I feel pretty good about it. My trust owns my trust will own the building, and the land. Everything, all the properties are in trust. I mean, we could talk about all that stuff too, but, it's a really good strategy on our end now. And then of course we're buying another company too, but we're buying the real estate with that. So, but earlier I said that Doge is working because all of these manufacturing jobs are coming back. Every broker I've talked to has said they've seen a sharp rise in the number of people that are trying to buy businesses and companies that are trying to buy means of production, right? They're trying to increase their capability, increase their output. And
do you think that that's actually more of a reflection of the volatility in the stock market and people wanting to put their money into investments that are more stable?
Sure, I think there's some of that, but we've seen a 35% increase since in manufacturing. So yeah, absolutely. All right, sure. We've seen about a 35% across the board increase in manufacturing. So if I'm an investor and I'm looking at something that I want to put money in, manufacturing right now seems to be the best deal, right? Yeah, so for Q1 in 2025, Lord of Pies, they just said yesterday that the Department of Treasury spent $2 billion less than predicted, and going into Q2, they predict that they'll spend $51 billion less. So that's crazy, right? Smoking Spaceman, the building is currently in. The business is currently in 8,000 square feet with a good, solid, probably 2,500 square feet of that being office space, which is absolutely fucking useless. So we're going to I'm going to have 10,000 square feet of floor space with a 2,000 square foot office suite on a mezzanine above. So, that's how that's going to go.
When you talk about this stuff, I feel like it's a graduate level accounting class that I took, and I'm waiting for you to ask for me to solve for something.
No, I don't care if you solve it.
You don't need me to calculate something for you? Okay.
Yeah. Lord of Pies, it's a good factoid though. It's a good factoid, right? Like it's a real thing. It's like, yeah, steel frame Arctic Timberwolf, metal building, a metal building. I'm going to do a new, it's new to me. It's called a cold formed steel system. And it's supposed to be better than or stronger than and more appropriate to use than the red iron that I'm used to using for industrial buildings. But anyway, Anson, so yeah, I don't need you to solve for anything. Lord of Pies, 35% increase in manufacturing is how we drive down inflation, my butt. It's just how that's the only way that we ever fix inflation is to drive down inflation by manufacturing production.
No, you don't. That's not how you fix inflation. Come on now.
I keep forgetting to put like address that I'm not joking.
Yeah.
Anyway, I can't keep up with the chat, so I'm just going to talk to you, Anson. How the hell are you?
I'm all right, man. I've been doing the panel thing a lot this week.
I saw that. You've been everywhere, man.
Yeah, I don't know. I've been too many. I'm starting to get burned out on it, to be honest with you. I think I'm going to take a break from all that panel crap because it's like talking to a bunch of morons all the time, and like when
wears on you, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. Yeah, like when I'm making like valid, articulate, logical statements, the conversation just goes to something that's like absolutely insane, and like I don't even know why I'm having the conversation. So I'm just going to stop for a while.
Yeah. I'm still super curious about what the fuck happened this morning. I was in a meeting when I got that. I'm like, I never look at my phone in a meeting, but it dinged weird, right? Like I was like, what is that? And I opened it up and it was Discord and you're like, hey, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, what? And I'm like, that's crazy. But it made sense because it wasn't tabulating.
Yeah. So when it wasn't just you, I had done some of the memberships on Chris's channel also. And they didn't take on his channel. And Chris seems to think that so I did 2 sets of memberships on yours, 2 sets of 50, and the second set didn't allocate, and the second set is what was refunded.
Okay.
Or at least they attempted to refund it. I'm not entirely clear on all that yet because it hasn't been all processed. But I don't know. That's the first time that's happened. So
yeah, it's really strange. Why didn't it tabulate or whatever?
What? Yeah, I don't know. Like for some reason it wasn't allocated to members, but it showed up in the chat as having been.
Oh yeah, a lot of people got memberships.
Yeah, well, not the second time though.
Oh, it was membershiping for over an hour and a half.
Yeah,
like I went back and watched a little bit of it, and it was membershiping over. It was terrible.
That sounds like an awful problem, Grid.
I know.
Hope you don't have that again tonight.
Well, it was really. It was like an hour and a half of just memberships just flooding the screen. I was like, wow. I didn't realize it at the time that it was that long. Yeah, I don't know. It was like a long. Like I was in the moment. I was just like, oh, this is so cool. And then when it was going through, I was like, that's really cool. So yeah, I'd like to have that problem tonight. Smoking Spaceman says that he's designed that kind of building before, and it was one of his first jobs. Yeah, I've never heard of that, of cold formed. I mean, I understand what cold forming is in steel, but I've never heard of a building made of cold formed or cold pressed or whatever. So I'm pretty interested in that.
Yeah, I'm glad somebody is because I don't care about it. So
I
you go care about that grid. I'm just gonna not. So
Yeah, I know, man. I know.
that's too real.
So, whose panels have you been on that have been just really out of sorts lately?
Well, I was on Jess's a couple of times. We had a really good conversation. I was on hers for like
I
4
was on
hours.
there one night. Well, I was in the chat. I didn't. I couldn't jump up, but I was in the chat.
Yeah, we were talking about the convergence of uh, cults and Christianity and
Mhm.
religion in general. And she was doing there was a documentary that we were reviewing on a cult in North Carolina, and so I knew somebody who was super interested in cults, and I Killed Earl ended up popping up there in the chat and sharing a bunch of stuff about cults because she's super interested in that sort of stuff. So that was kind of cool. And yeah, I don't know. Then John Mosman got in the chat and he got all butthurt because he's a sensitive fella or whatever, and him and Jess had this argument. And I don't know. I was trying to have like a conversation with him, but he got all defensive about having Christianity be called a cult, and so he couldn't when you can't admit that like parts of like the behaviors of like people being taken advantage of appear in all kinds of different places, including religions. I mean, he just got all in his feelies about it because
Who did?
John Mosman.
Oh yeah.
And
Okay.
I thought he'd understand because he's an anarchist, but
He's an anarcho-Christian.
yeah,
Which
which that
I've
doesn't
never
really
heard of.
exist. That's
I've never
imaginary
heard of.
leprechauns.
Leprechauns. It's funny.
And yeah, Arthur Dye, I am spending all of your cat retirement money on chat memberships, and you'll just have to get used to not having any cats in your aged years. So
That's okay. Arctic Timberwolf, I have no idea how they do it. I think that the joints that take the load are cold formed, like maybe they're like pressed or something, like cold hammer forged steel and that sort of thing. But the beams are actually probably just rolled or whatever, however they're normally formed. I don't know. I just heard of it today. Because we're going to do an 80 by 125 building to get 10,000 square feet. That becomes an engineering exercise for them. So, yeah.
yeah, and I was on that panel with Are We Not Men earlier in the week too, and he got up there and started kicking flow. So Are We Not Men had admin access to the StreamYard account that Jess uses.
Oh, really?
And so Flo and I were on a panel with Jess, and we were discussing different thoughts, the ways that different people think. You know, some people think verbally, and some people think with pictures in their mind or whatever. Yeah. And Are We Not Men got up there and started kicking Flo off the panel, and like he
kicked you off last week, right?
Yeah, no, that was in a chat. This was on an actual panel.
Oh, on a panel. Oh,
yeah.
wow.
So Are We Not Men had admin access to her StreamYard, and he was kicking Flo off the panel, and Flo ended up leaving the panel and removing Jess's wrench from his channel because he got so mad at Jess for letting Are We Not Men screw with him. So that was another panel I did this week, another waste of time panel.
That is pretty weird. So is he still a mod on Jess's channel?
I don't know, and I don't really care. I mean, I'm just telling you about the panels I was on.
Okay.
Yeah.
So yeah, all right. So you did Flo's panel or Jess's panel with Flo on there.
Yeah, that was a different panel, a different day. Yeah. Okay. And then I did Raging Tomato last night for a while.
I wanted to do Raging Tomato last night, but I was just busy all day and night last night.
Yeah. I ended up getting into an argument with them about divorce. They said that the only reason why men don't get 50-50 custody in divorces is because they don't like try, and they're absent fathers. And it made me angry because of the amount of money and time that I've spent in my life trying to get custody of my children through 2 different marriages. And so I got a little emotional, which I don't usually do on panels. I was angry. And that's
Wait,
part of the reason why
now?
I said I wanted to get off the panels for a while, because I
Yeah,
actually got angry.
hold on. What? Wait, run me back through that. You were on.
Hey, I was on
panel?
Tomatoes panel last night,
Yeah.
and they were saying that the only reason why men don't get hold on one second.
Yeah. You okay?
Sorry about that.
You see, guys, Anson's human. I told you.
No, don't. I was trying to turn my camera off so there wasn't any photographic evidence. Grid, you can't tell them that now.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, they were saying that the only reason why men don't get joint custody of children is because they don't go to court and they don't try. And
Flo says that a lot.
Yeah, and it made me angry because of the amount of time and money that I've spent in my life trying to get custody of children.
Yeah.
So I became emotional.
I see that.
Started arguing, and I usually don't care about like the discussion.
You're usually pretty detached.
Yeah.
You're more detached than a retina in a football game.
Yeah. Well, I try to be. Thank you.
But it's interesting because there's a I've had that same discussion with Flo a couple of times, and I understand his experience has been different, and I also understand that it is getting a lot better. But just because it's a lot better in a lot of places, it doesn't mean that it's not still a hassle.
Yeah.
That it's still not a real pain in the ass.
Yeah, what I was trying to explain is that like in Alabama where I am, yeah, the law says that you start with the presumption of 50-50, but that doesn't mean that every judge doesn't have a bias and can get to whatever conclusions they want to, no matter what the starting point is. And I tried to explain to them that it's all basically dependent upon the preferences of the individual judge, because that's how all the attorneys that I've talked to about this have explained it to me. And
yeah, and out of respect for Sasquatch and the state, we're referencing the powdered Dusty here. He was on the powdered Dusty last night.
no, I was talking about Flow State. I don't know who Powdered Dusty is.
Yeah. Oh, you're talking about the. You weren't actually on the powdered Dusty. This was on Tomato's channel.
Yeah, I was on the Raging Red Flag channel. Yeah.
Yeah, the Raging Red Flag. That's funny because it's true.
Yeah.
All right. So yeah, no, I get it. I get that. I get that could be a little bit. Yeah, I see that. I see that.
Yeah. You can tell how worked up I am about it still, right? I'm very animated.
Well, you're more animated than normal.
Yeah.
So you seem very tense. You need to calm down.
That's my favorite thing to say in the chat, bro. I love telling all the ladies to calm down in the chat, man. Yeah, every one of the ladies in the chat, you need to calm down. All right.
You're a little tense. It's interesting because I've actually had some discussions lately with people going through the very interesting chain of events to ensure that they can still see their kids. And I've actually seen it on both sides now. I never thought I'd see this myself personally, but I have and I think I talked a little bit about this. I have a friend of mine, and he's kind of just dropped off, right? Like never see him, never talk to him. I mean, he's gone. And I knew that he had asked his wife for a divorce and basically left her, and he ended up getting basically everything. And their kids are grown. And so I was like, oh, yeah, whatever. But dude has just dropped off the face of the earth. And so the guy's wife works with a friend of mine, and I was talking to my friend, and he said, yeah, apparently this guy has a new woman, and she has children, and he wants to be a dad. He likes being a dad. He's ready for dad round 2. And since his current wife couldn't do that, he divorced her and got a new wife that had children. So he just likes being a dad, apparently.
Yeah, it's fun being a dad. Hell yeah.
Yeah.
What are you talking about? I do
I
that
love
2 or
being
3
a
more
dad.
times. I got enough time for 2 or 3 more ex-wives to do that with. So
Yeah, my son is awesome, man. Both of them. And it's great. So
yeah, I mean, and Mike Ball, I don't know if you're in his Discord at all, but he went to see his kids this week, and
I know
he posted pictures of him with his kids, man. Ain't nothing better for a guy than being a father, right? I mean,
Right.
it gives a guy something to strive toward that isn't.
Can you imagine though? Can you imagine? Because I'd never even thought about that. Imagine deciding that I still like you, but you're too old to have kids, and I want more kids, and so you've got to go. You've got to make room. I'm not going to be mean about it or anything.
Yeah,
I'm not trying to ruin your life, but you got to go. I got to go. I got to go.
Well, I mean, women have an
And
expiration.
he wasn't like slipping around, cheating on her, or anything like that. He was just like, apparently, and this is all stuff that we know now. I didn't know that then, right? I just thought that he just one morning decided he didn't want to be married, but
Yeah.
and he kind of did. He just but he woke up one morning and said, "I want to be a dad. This woman can't provide me more children. All the children are gone, so I want to go be. I can still be a dad to those children, but now I want to raise kids again." And that's really interesting.
Well,
I never considered that at all.
Well, I mean, it's not right to drop your wife for that reason, though, right? I mean, that's.
I didn't say it's right.
Yeah,
and he's being a complete dick. He doesn't talk to any of us anymore. Like he's literally changed his entire fucking life.
Yeah, I've done that a few times. That's a legit way to do it.
I just can't believe. I mean, it's just I'd never my point is not that I think it's the right thing to do. It's something that had never even crossed my mind that someone would do.
Well, I mean, so when you were 20, did you ever think, "Oh, I'm gonna grow up and marry me a Chinese woman"? I mean, would that have ever crossed your mind? I mean, people do things that don't cross their mind all the time.
Yeah. No, it's funny you say that. No, I never did. And I never thought I was going to get married in the first place. The interesting thing about this is I personally think that because, all right, so a little bit more of the story is this guy had an adult, a daughter that was an adult. And I think she's probably like 22, 23, and she just died. She just died.
So he wanted more.
She had a health issue or something, and she left behind a child, and she just died. I'm not really clear on the reason why, and I haven't been a big enough dick to ask. But
you're more polite than me. That's interesting.
I know, right? Like I'm. You would have been like, so.
What happened to your kid?
Yeah, what happened to your kid there? You're awful young for a kid to be dying.
Yeah, that's exactly
drugs.
That's exactly what I would say.
I could see you being like, was it drugs? Because it's usually alcoholism.
Yeah, I've known a lot of people that die from drugs. I mean, that's yeah. That's what I'd say too.
I am polite. I'm a polite person. I know that you guys don't think I'm a polite person, but apparently I'm more polite than Anson Knowles. That's for damn sure. I should run for office, actually.
Yeah, you should. Yeah.
Polite. So, but so that was very funny. Yeah, no, it wasn't self-deletion, Arthur Daya. So she just. It was a pretty terrible event. It like real like my buddy. Who may actually be listening to this, that knew that, knows all these, we all know the same people, right? and he was like a big brother to this girl, like, helped her with she was a car girl. She was, so he helped her with a lot of her car stuff, and he brought like little cool stuff because he goes to Japan all the time, and he brings stuff back from Japan and all of that. So yeah. Anyway, it's just weird. Anyway, back to you, Anson. So you've only been on like 3 panels this week and you're already tired of it, dude? That seems like
Well, no, I've been on more than that. Those were just the interesting ones. I've been on more than I can remember.
Yeah. Do you have the week off or something?
No, I do it in the evenings.
I got you.
Yeah. Something to do in the evenings.
Yeah. Yeah, I was going to be on yesterday, which is my normal day to be on, but I had a lot to do yesterday. And well, I mean, so at the end of the month, I'm going out of the country and I'm taking my little kid with me, the little guy. And he doesn't have a passport, so we had to go get him a passport yesterday.
Yep.
And yeah.
You taking him to his ancestral homeland?
No. John Burt says, Anson, do you want to you were impressed.
Yeah, it kind of talked over you there with the TTS.
I know. It wasn't a TTS, it was just a regular deal. Hey, so the Furburger debates tonight?
No, that got moved to Monday. There was some scheduling conflicts with the participants.
I got you.
Yeah. So it's Monday night at 9 p.m. Yeah, we're going to be talking about no, it's not tomorrow night, Beth. You got the wrong date. Come on, it's Monday night. You're one of the participants. Come on now, you're killing me here.
That's why when you said that, I was like, wait, I thought it was tonight. And people have been asking how the debate went, so I assumed that you'd moved it to last night.
Yeah, no, I moved it to Monday night.
Gotcha.
Yeah, it's going to be is eating Furburger, a good thing, a moral good, and a Christian marriage. Yeah.
Tomorrow's my show. Let's talk about that a little bit, Anson. I'm gonna get you out of your funk here for a minute.
I'm in a funk.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Don't be funky. Don't be doing funky chicken up on my show.
Yeah.
So I've been trying to figure out how to. One of the things that I think is a real problem is that the debates are sponsored, right? And people buy the debate. And I don't have a problem. I mean, that I like that, but on the other side of it, we got to wait for someone to do it. There's a lot of pressure for people to do it. And, I don't know, man. I've been trying to figure out a way to do this. So I've talked it around. Let me throw this at you and see where your thoughts are. What about if we just do the debates regardless? Like every 10 minutes there's a debate, right? And because we're going to do 2 minutes of a debate. I mean, 2 minutes of introduction, 5 minutes of debate, decision, and we just move right into the next debate.
Yeah, I mean that'll work if you have the caveat that the only way someone can be eliminated is if through a paid debate or by the final vote of the judges. So like even if you have a panel of like 10 people there, then the judges get to pick the winner still.
Yeah. So I'm thinking that the way I'm trying to think of the way to really monetize this to where it will actually bring in, a steady supply of money, but also be
entertaining.
yeah, more entertaining. It takes some of the pressure off and that
Well,
sort of thing. So
you got to stop with letting them decide what they're going to debate about, man. I mean, you just say, look, you got these
that's
five
actually
topics,
true too. Yeah,
five topics. You pick one, do it in 2 minutes, go.
right. Well, I was just going to make it I was just going to make it kind of similar to that, but basically, just say, hey, this is the topic. Debate it.
Yeah,
And if you're good at it, fine. If you're not, so
it's your own damn fault if you can't debate.
But that also has this problem. I'm still kind of working around that too, but I got to figure out how to drive the donos through the debate, right? Whether it's, I mean, obviously the little things like name changes and stuff like that, that doesn't appeal to me. I understand that the crowd likes it. And I've had a lot of people tell me that, you know, that they like that stuff, you know, but I think the way that it might go is that if you want a specific 1v1, you have to pay for it. If you want to designate a topic, or if you're a contestant and you want to designate the topic, you pay for it.
Yeah. If you want a topic to debate that you're comfortable with, that you want, and you got to buy that. Yeah, that's
or you got to get some, or you got to convince somebody in the crowd to buy it.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I like that.
And then
make them debate every few minutes, and if the chat wants to engage, then they'll engage and change it up. I mean, you could make everybody debate free will until the chat decides somebody debates something different. You just punish the chat.
No, I don't want to punish him.
Make them pay for their insolence.
Why do you hate the chat so much, Anson? You are part of the chat.
I know I am the chat. The chat is mine. I own the chat.
You have a lot of self-loathing, sir.
Yeah, they're my chat.
All right. While we're contemplating Anson's worldview, which is fucked up. Here, everybody take this public service announcement to heart. If you feel like raging,
Everyone does it. Now you can do it too. Shut the fuck up. Shut your mouth. Shut up. Shut the hole in your face. Like that. You can do it. Shh. Shut up. And shut the fuck up.
All right. Yeah. Just remember, it's a public service announcement for everyone, except me. All right. Yeah. So I don't know. I mean, I'm trying to get some feedback here, Anson.
Well, I mean, I'm kind of on the spot here, Grid. I mean, I'd like
I'm here for it to be.
Yeah, I'd like to provide you with lots
you
of.
You want to phone a friend? You can get somebody. You can name somebody else in the chat and make them come up here.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I would trust any of them, to be honest with you. I mean, Cleaner 409 is a smart guy. He'd probably have some good suggestions. Smoking Spaceman will be pretty good at it too, but he's super shy. So,
moderators, Cleaner 409 has been called to the stage. Please provide him with the link. Get him up here.
But yeah, no. If you wanted to not turn it into a circus, like there you need a like, honestly, instead of doing like the super long intro that you do with non-debate related things, you probably ought to start with the I think debate off the ground.
I think that starting tomorrow, I'm not going to do the hour-long pre-show.
Yeah,
the hour-long pre-show was just to let just kind of be cool.
Yeah,
and just kind of do a little bit of a pre-show because people are used to it. But it's
But if you do the every few minutes there's a debate no matter what, and there's constant action, because that's what the chat wants. They want the constant action, right? You're gonna and you need like some sort of banner with your chat moves on it going across the screen all the time, or
I gotta figure that out.
a better overlay grid, because your overlay sucks. That needs to go up
I know.
pretty much after all the debates or before all the debates. That needs to go up so that people know how they can participate.
So what I have in mind is you get 10 minutes for a debate. We do like 5 or 10 minutes tops of banter, and then the next debate starts. So we can get through 10 debates pretty quickly. Because the other thing is I don't want to be up till 4 o'clock in the fucking morning.
So that's 4 debates an hour. So that's what 10 debates in 2.5 hours. If you stay on the clock, and you're not going to, so it's probably 10 debates every 3 hours.
Yeah. And I normally do a 3-hour show. So if we push it from 11 o'clock in to midnight or 1 o'clock, I think we're in good shape.
And the cutoff for new entrants needs to be more firm. Also,
last week I did that. The first 2 times we did it, that cutoff was not really needed, but we didn't add anybody in the last 2 hours, and that's important. So,
and you need to get Arthrodaya up on the debate stage to defend her feminist worldview.
I thought that she would have just jumped at the chance, and she just hasn't.
She's scared of Beth. Beth's been calling her out constantly, but Arthrodaya is just scared. I don't know what Arthrodaya's deal is.
Well, I think I don't know. I think Arthrodaya is only confrontational with men.
Oh, that makes sense. Yeah, with her vexing feminism, that would make sense. She doesn't want to argue with women.
She's very vexing.
Yeah,
vexing.
Yeah.
I just started a super chat goal, guys. Let's knock it out. See what we can do. Make it happen, captains. Yeah, I mean, I think that would work. Ring girls. I need ring girls.
Beth just said in the chat that she's just another Canadian toucher.
We don't like Jack around here. All right. Looks like we got another gentleman up here, so that's good. Welcome, Cleaner 409.
Hey, how's it going?
It's good. It's good. So, what do you think of this this format change that we're talking about?
Well, I mean, you've already done a lot of really good things with it so far. The way that we were talking about before, where like Anson is saying that you can do this format in just a little bit different way with how he's proposing, and if you add in like what we were saying before, where like everybody gives their side of what your proposed topics are for the night, then the whole chat knows what everybody's side is going to be, and they can kind of pick and choose fighters for, you know what I mean? Like pick your battle.
So I like that, but I thought a lot about that. But here's kind of where I went. This is where I started deviating. First, I really want to just have a rotation where we just start off and it's just names on a list, right? So it would be me versus Anson. Winner of that fight gets the winner of the fight of you versus, ticky tack, right? And it's a ladder system down, just like any other sporting event, right? And we just keep going. And if the chat wants a specific matchup, like they think that it would be funny to see Anson and I go at it, then they can pay for that. Right?
Well, wait, you're going to start debating?
No, that was rhetorical.
No, that wouldn't be a bad idea. You remember Win Ben Stein's Money? Remember that show?
No.
So it wouldn't be a bad idea to have you be the final boss.
Yeah. Or a possible paid add-in.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'll consider that. I don't know that I really like that, but we'll see. We'll see.
What's the matter, McFly? Are you chicken?
No. But the thing is that it's kind of a weird. It's kind of a weird thing, I think. I don't know. I'll think on it. I just one of the things I didn't want to participate in the debates because of the idea of bias, right? Like the one thing that so the comments that I've gotten, the feedback that I've gotten privately is that everyone likes it because it's as unbiased as I can make it. Like even the people that complain about, well, Glenn's not a good mod or Anson's not a good mod or who, well, whatever. Even at that, they have to acknowledge that at least I tried as hard as I could to make it as unbiased as possible and to give everyone a shot at winning. And when you get eliminated, it's not because you didn't win a popularity contest. It's not because you don't look good on TV, right? It's just, it is what it is.
So the only part of that I'm super interested in is who the heck is saying I'm not good at judging these debates? Can you name some names?
The only thing he heard. That was the only sentence he heard out of that whole thing.
I know, right?
I actually did have and I forget who it was. I did have someone say that they didn't think that you did a good job because you were just scoring strictly on points.
Oh,
and you weren't actually considering the actual arguments.
Yeah,
I said that was a valid. I made the point that that's a valid observation. But
it was fair though.
Fair is. I mean, look, it's as long as you consistently apply it across everyone, who cares? Cry more.
And he did.
I'll send you my score sheets.
No, don't please don't. I don't want to.
I mean, Anson and I have actually already talked about my really only small contention with how he was doing the scoring, and that was just that even in the debate sphere where you're sitting down in an auditorium having a debate with somebody, you may use a fallacy as an attack, and if the other person doesn't catch it, then that's bad on them, and
correct.
You get
Yeah.
And so
he and I talked about that as well.
The only thing I really had a differential with.
Yeah, and you were right, Cleaner. I messed that up and learned from it. So
sure. Yeah. Again, there's nobody that can complain about the rules. Nobody's complained about really the only complaints I've had so far. Well, actually, I haven't had any actual complaints. The only observation so far is it's like we have one or two people that carry the whole thing financially. And I don't like that. Look, it's great if Kissy Cat wants to roll up in here every week and whoever wants to sponsor the show. I think that's awesome. I also think there's got to be better ways, right? And so I'm just trying to figure out a way that it's more
that'll change as it grows, Grid.
Sure, yeah. And maybe I don't change anything. We leave it the way it is, but we keep this in our back pocket, right? Just so that, hey, you know what? We're really not doing what we should have. Or it has slowed down, and the donations aren't coming in like they need to, or whatever. Maybe that's what happens. I don't know. One thing that is going to happen, and this is really going to piss off a couple of people, and I can't help it, but we are going to have to move it to Friday night at some point. The reason for that is I shoot Sundays, and it's really fucking hard to be up at 2:00 in the morning and then get back up at 5 in the morning to drive 2 hours to the range.
Well, that's a good idea. There aren't any really good debate shows on Friday night, so it's not going to really conflict with anything.
Well, I can't help it if it does.
Yeah,
it's just the way it is. It's just the same. When Andrew, I don't bitch when Andrew goes on because, he steals half my audience or all of my audience sometimes.
Yeah.
It just is the way it is. So
The thing is, it'll grow as you continue doing the more structured type debates, whereas others have the more open forum type. You continue doing the more structured, you'll have people that will want to engage in that more. So
well,
you'll gain following,
yeah, and one of the things I wanted to really talk about, and I haven't talked about it yet, and really it just hasn't come up, is the internet's a really fucking big place.
Yeah.
So, I just have to get in. I just have to, find different pools of people to pull in. So,
Yeah.
And again, I'm not trying to directly compete with anybody or anything like that. It's just the fact of the matter is that Friday night's going to be far better for me to do the show. Mostly again because I shoot on Sundays, and it wrecks the whole weekend for me if I do the show on Saturday. So.
Yeah, it keeps you up a little late Sunday morning sometimes.
Dude, so the reason I've been warring with myself about this, because I don't intend to be a dick, but often, but I was at so 2 weeks ago I did the first one of these. I didn't get finished until nearly 2 a.m, I think, and I couldn't get up at 5 o'clock and go shoot a match. And then last week, I had to get up at, I finished this up at midnight. I got up at 1 o'clock, whatever it was. And I didn't even do the show. And I had to drive 2 hours. I got to get up at 4:30 and drive 2 hours for my son's shooting event. So Sundays are, unfortunately, it's tough. It's just really tough. So it is what it is. I can't do anything about it. And I understand some people are like super, there's like 4 other shows on that night. And I understand that we share crowds sometimes, but internet's a big place. We'll find more people.
Consistency plus time equals growth. And there are lots of people who don't like the other shows for various reasons, who would want to have a change of pace that's more fair and less of a sideshow. And I'm not saying that VK is bad. I love VK. Like I've been on there a bunch of times. I love getting on there and mixing it up and arguing with people, but it's a totally different format than the kind that your product is totally different.
Yeah, it's a different beast.
Yeah.
Yeah, and again, I'm not trying to, and to be honest, the way that specific show, I'm not talking about every show, but that way that specific show runs, right. you could finish over here and go over there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, because I don't intend to be up at 4 a.m. Like I just don't want. I got other things to do.
Yeah, I'm planning on doing that tonight. So are you doing are you switching it to Friday night next week?
Probably not next week, but probably the following week.
So when I'm on VK later, I can promote it as Friday night then?
I don't care. I mean, yeah, I mean, it's, and again, I'm not trying to be a dick or anything.
I'll do it for you. It's okay.
I know.
It's not a dick move. I mean, really, Grid, you have no room, no quarter, no anything to apologize for anything. You're creating a different beast here. It is. It truly is.
I'm trying to make the switch, and I'm not really trying to be I'm really trying to be, look, that Friday evening's crowded all throughout the space, right? Like, I mean, Hypnotic does a massive podcast. Like half of the gamer people go over there and watch that. Destiny's on, Andrew's off and on, it's a lot of competition, but I think I can grow the show, and I think it's a good format. I think with a little bit of refinement and some and some effects too, right? Like I've got some people that have said, have told me that they can make some visual assets for me and make things happen. Wow. Got
Agrilopolis gave you $50. He's got your 6.
Agrilopolis donated $50. Super chat.
yeses.
Got your 6.
I appreciate that, Agrilopolis. Yeah.
I would say, Grid, the 3 people that you would probably have respect for and actually give a shit about their opinions would tell you the same thing that I would right now, and that's, hey, go for it, man.
Yeah. No, I look, I had to make the decision at some point, and I wasn't really going to, I look, I want to make it clear that I'm not doing this just to be a dick. There's a solid reason why.
I don't think any of the other creators would assume that.
Yeah.
I mean, I've seen a lot of your stuff. I have a pretty good feel for how you do things. I don't think you do that on purpose because they aren't in conflict with you in any way. There's no reason.
So Grid, Kissy Cat showed up in your chat.
I saw that.
And I just wanted to point out that she was on Wicked Wally's stream this week, simping for Eternal. And you need to get her up here and set her straight, dude.
She's for Eternal.
Yeah, you need to get her up here, man. She's going down the wrong path. I'm worried about her, Grid.
Do I need to take my belt off?
Yeah, I think you do.
For Eternal. Kind of a yikes, honestly.
Yep. I mean, I thought she was the straight and narrow kind of, good Southern chick, but it's just something wrong. I don't know. Maybe she's got daddy issues.
I will send her the link. I'll give her the opportunity to come up and yell at you.
Anson, never underestimate the power of the sisterhood.
I sent her the link so that she can come yell at you.
It can be crazy strong, even in...
Kissy Cat, if you want to, you come up here and verbally abuse Anson.
No, don't flirt with me. Don't listen to Grid. I don't want you to flirt with me. You can be nice to me.
Yeah. You can be nice to you? No way.
That's the worst, when a woman's nice to me.
That's when you know you're in trouble.
Yeah. Yep.
That's when you know you're in trouble.
I just instantly assume something bad's coming.
Yeah. Kind of returning to the first topic, I think the fact that we did see that 35% growth in manufacturing, I think that's pretty impressive. That's a massive amount of growth, like massive. That's not just a correction. That's not just, a little bit of confidence. And it's not even really explained by, the correction of the stock market.
Right.
Well, it's so the private sector, so there's different economic metrics than GDP. There's something called gross output that really only measures like the entire output of the private sector of the economy. And if you look at it over a long period of time, it's way more volatile than when you mix in the entire economy like the GDP does, because the private sector swings on a lot more factors. And so it's not that abnormal to have large swings. It's just that, people decided that their capital was best allocated into that specific sector, right? I don't really read into it at all, to be honest with you.
Also, at times, Anson, if you look at a productivity matrix, it'll show you during the first year of any president coming into office, there's a lot of uncertainty until they've kind of shown solidarity in what they're choosing to do. And so I think the market knows a lot of what Trump's views are, but they don't know exactly how he's going to execute everything, And so there's a little bit of uncertainty while he's going through these changes and doing a lot of restructuring of things. So we'll see more growth, but the productivity matrix has been increasing, and that's not even speaking to the GDP. The GDP you can just ignore completely and just look at your productivity matrix for the year and see it is increasing right now. So, I mean, we're on the verge of moving towards an uptick either way.
You're not wrong. I mean, I feel like that
you think
what I'm seeing is not just what I think. What I'm seeing is a correction more towards a actual free trade system than the massive amount of government interference we've had. And what I really see even foreign investments coming back into the country because they're it's better for them to do business in America with Americans than to sell us stuff from abroad and take advantage of us. So,
and they know that
too. A car collection. Did you have a car collection? The chat is. I don't know what's going on with the chat tonight. The chat's off the chain.
Yeah, all I know is that Kissy Cat got in there and admitted to making it rain on Eternal, and she's acting like she didn't. So I don't know.
Anson's trying to provoke her.
Anson has a thing for Kissy Cat. He won't admit it because she has a man already, but so he doesn't want to be seen in that light. But he has a thing for it because that sweet Southern voice of hers. So it's just like any other. It's just like any other, little boy. If he likes a girl who's going to be mean to her.
Yeah, I gotta dunk her pigtails in the inkwell.
Yeah, that's right. I was literally thinking that same thing.
Oh,
and he's using Kissy Cat to make Arthur Daya jealous. I did actually think it was funny the other night that Arthur Daya was chiding Kissy Cat for doing the donos. I thought that was very funny. Yes, Kissy Cat's voice is dangerous.
I still haven't heard it myself.
Oh, it's absolutely sweet honey, Southern Belle, Appalachia, all of it.
I mean, the way you guys keep going on about it, I'm a little scared. I might dash my boat on the rocks, man.
Yeah, you may. You may. You may. And I wasn't even the one that said that. Arthur Daya, another woman, said that Cat's voice would immediately bend any man into submission.
Oh, I don't know about that.
Yeah, I've known too many Southern girls, Arthur Daya. You're down in Florida. You ain't been around. It's all over the place here in North Alabama.
Yeah.
I don't submit to women.
It's a very it's dangerous. Cat's dangerous. Which, I mean, all women are dangerous. Let's just be honest. But
can be. All women can be.
Yeah. Yeah. But it was surprising. I actually really was surprised. So I was very surprised that that her voice was that what it was. I totally had a different viewpoint on that. But
I wasn't convinced she was a woman until she got on there and started talking. So
yeah, there were a lot of people.
Well, to be fair, I just assume everyone's a man.
Yeah.
On the internet, I mean, you're probably safer. I did send Kissy Cat the links. It's up to her if she wants to come up. She might be tired of your foolishness.
So have you worked on your overlay though to make it like you have it transparent, or you have it the last few shows? Did you fix that so it's not transparent anymore?
I can.
It really sucks, dude.
I'm working on some different things. I basically, there've been some people that are, trying to put together some assets for me to use, but it takes time, and I'm trying not to rush anybody. And I'm kind of learning how to do it myself too. So I'll fix the one from last week. It did suck. It didn't. And what was interesting is that when I tried it, it never occurred to me to try it with like a live deal. And so I just tried it. And, I was just like, okay, it looks good. And then when I put it over something, it looked horrible, just terrible. So we won't do that again. But, and I'm probably going to do like an overlay where I can just, switch it over. So we'll make it work.
So are you gonna do the every?
You can come up in 29th. 20 minutes. Okay, that's what I thought you said. Okay. Yeah, it's fine. We'll still be here in 20 minutes, right?
Have you enlisted Effigy for anything? He's actually a really, really good graphical designer.
Is he really?
Yeah, yeah.
I haven't talked. I've never talked to him off a panel, and I don't think he likes me that much. But it's okay.
The videos that Speakeasy uses for VK for the Steal Your Soul and a couple others, Effigy did the ghost overs for the facials and things like that for him. They're really good looking. He did a really good job on it.
Well, if you don't mind, reach out to him and have him hit me up.
Sure.
There is a problem though, where there is a group of people who are upset that you're doing this show, who are loyal to.
Well, I had Bricky, like he seems to really feel bad about kind of going off on me, and he's like, you didn't do anything, I'm sorry, and it was really really interesting. So
no,
Kissy Cat's at work, it's okay. Ricky's drunk or high half the time. You don't have to pay attention. He is.
I think he's more fun and more articulate the drunker he gets, though.
Clovertack, you're right. I do upset everyone, and it does go to show my proficiency with triggering all things.
I did a roast battle with Bricky on Chris Lestrange's channel, and I intentionally gave him the most praising and polite roasts possible, basically complimenting him the entire time.
That was funny.
Yeah. Because he was basically roasting me the entire time, like with the most savage, evil things, and I would just basically just give him a nice warm hug with my words.
Yeah. Did he cry?
I think he felt touched.
Oh, okay. Yeah, he apologized to me. I didn't even know he had said anything. Like nobody had like come to me and were like, "Oh, he's such a he said this and this and all that." So.
Yeah.
What's up, Silvar Ogre? I see you out there. I see you.
I don't understand the contention people end up having with other shows starting up to do something similar but unique in their own way. I mean, it allows more people to engage, and that's what we're all up here trying to do, is get more people in, right?
Well, I think my hesitation comes from, so Glenn was going to start kind of a game show, and it might have been a little closer to what VK is. And he wasn't copying VK, but he was just kind of like, yeah, it's a good format. I like it, and we'll do something similar, but not the same. And man, Easy just like, and maybe it's just because those guys just don't get along. Maybe they never will, but it was pretty brutal. And then apparently Flow State did directly copy VK. And that really pissed Easy off, which, I mean, that would piss me off too. I'm not gonna lie, man. Like, I'm gonna be honest, but I mean, but people do things like that all the time.
Yeah, well, I mean, half of Flow State's content is copied stuff from other people's channels. That's his MO.
And just trolling.
Yeah,
copying while he's trolling is actually, I think, what he does.
I've watched him troll a live of someone doing a live about him trolling him.
Mm-hmm.
Like he's like third level, troll. So
yeah. So I'm really trying to. I'm not trying to be like.
Just own it, Grid. Just be like, hey, I'm doing this.
I'm not trying to copy anybody, right? Like I've wanted to do a kind of a game show for a while around the actual like debate. I just honestly, I was there were two things that were really holding me back. First, I was trying to really not to debate on my own channel, I go everywhere else and cause problems. I didn't bring it back here. So there was that. And then, you know, it was just a different vibe. It was just a different feel. And so, and I think the thing for me was I just couldn't, I couldn't do the 6. I want to be on VK, but I can't stay up till 6 a.m. all the time.
Yeah.
And I can't deal with the popularity contest. You know, like watching Wally get pushed down and voted over just because people don't like him when he actually made a debate.
Yeah.
I've watched that happen a couple of times. You know, there were people that I beat that I shouldn't have, you know, that I did not make as good an argument.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, I had better rhetoric, right? But if you were actually judging it as an argument, my rhetoric was better and I sounded better and you agreed with, and people listening probably agreed with me more. But as if you were just judging the arguments, who made the better argument, I don't think I made the better argument. And so why, you know, I don't like that, man. Like I really, and look, I understand that some people just aren't going to like some people, and they'll never vote for you, right? Like they're just never going to do it. And that's cool. That's fine, right? Like Anson's got his prejudices for sure, but he can look past most of those to get to at the fairest conclusion he can.
Yeah,
right? Tiki Tack's the same way. I think actually Tiki Tack detaches so much that he's like probably the ultimate judge.
He does seem to do that really well. He does.
Yeah, he's just he has his opinions and he detaches those opinions from what he's doing right now. Perfect judge.
Yeah.
Glenn's kind of the same way. Glenn detaches himself to the point where he will even say, I would have argued the completely different side, but your arguments were better and you won.
Mm-hmm.
Like he will literally say,
he'll even give you the example of what he would have said too.
Right?
You know, he'll say, I would have said this,
Yeah.
you know, and it's a fair point.
Yeah.
And it's a good teaching structure too.
Yeah.
So
I think all of that is worthwhile. Right.
Mhm.
And I like the format better. I just like, I'm basically, I wanted a debate realm that I liked. Like I would want to do, like if it, and basically, I mean, isn't that what we all do?
Right. Yeah.
It's just what we would want to do. Right.
Yeah.
So there was a really good suggestion in chat earlier.
Yeah.
And okay, you know how you were talking about doing the just doing the debates on a cycle, no matter what, whether or not they're paid, and then people can pay to have certain things going on inside of those debates, or pay to have a specific debate between two people if they want.
Yeah.
For those non-paid debates, you could force in there. You could have like a really long list of like hilarious, ridiculous prompts to make people debate silly things for entertainment purposes. If it's not going to be a knockout debate that somebody, I don't know if you were planning on like knocking these people out, even if it wasn't a paid debate, or only knocking them out for the paid debates. But if you're not knocking them out for the unpaid debates, then you could make it more entertaining by making the prompts silly things like who's more oppressed, Oompa Loompas or Cabbage Patch Kids.
Now we could do that. So the way that would have to work in my head is we'd have to do that at the beginning of the night, and it'd have to be like lightning rounds, like 2 minutes.
Yeah.
Right. Like Anson, you and Cleaner 409 argue, is Gilbert Grape the worst movie of all time or not?
Yeah.
You know, like,
right.
You'd be like, I don't even know what the fuck Gilbert Grape fucking is, but
that's the one with the fat chick.
It's one of the California raisins, wasn't he?
That's the one with the dude that had big feet, right?
I know it. But I mean, it could be, yeah, I mean, that could be something. I really wanted to have honestly, and I'm still trying to figure out how to do it. There's got to be a way that the contestants pay to play. Right.
That's fair. Yeah, that's fair.
There's
Just have
gotta
like a
be a way to
$10
do it.
entry fee or something.
Well, it gets tricky because if you can't pay for it can't be part of the prize money. See, because then it's then it's technically kind of a raffle.
And
right.
Yeah, not really, because it's based on it's based on like merit and competition.
Yeah,
not
YouTube
really.
gets really weird about that. And
yeah,
I don't
it wouldn't be with the structure you're talking about, before it was like a debate competition. It wouldn't be, because that would be a competition. It's got the key word when you're dealing with shit like that is random or randomness.
Yeah, there's no randomness here.
Yeah, exactly right. That's what I'm saying with you and what you're talking
maybe
about.
Maybe that's the ticket around it, because I honestly,
Clover Tech's the right.
I feel like you should buy your spot. Like if you want to sit at the table, you gotta.
Why not?
Because and keeping with my John Wick theme, right? If you want to sit at the table, you have to pay. Got to put that gold coin in. So,
and that could even be, I mean, just take that as support for the stream from the panelists, and what comes in you can use as the pot if that's what you're wanting to do, and that kind of differentiates the two pools a little bit, so nobody in the higher up structuring of where we're at can say anything about it. You know what I mean?
I actually think that's a bad idea. At least starting out. Maybe if you were like a more advanced debate channel and you had a problem of too many participants wanting to come in, then you would want to be able to set some restriction on it. But starting out, I don't know if that's because we're the product when we're debating, right? And you don't want to restrict the amount of product that you have for the people in the chat to pay for whatever it is they want to pay for.
I say take the chance. Here's why I say take the chance. It's like, look at any business that's ever been started. They don't start their business and give their shit away for free. So like, or any type of like World Series of Poker, or like anything, like there's not. Yeah, okay. I guess there are. You can win tons and tons of little online satellites and other things and get freaking lucky, right? And get a seat. But otherwise, you're going and you're having to pay your way in. So, if you want it to seem more on the level, prestigious, whatever word you use to describe it, you know what I mean? I don't think $10 is, something like that is exorbitant. Come on.
No.
Yeah, I don't think it'd be a lot. I don't know that it would have to be a lot. It would just be, I mean, I'm already seeing people in the chat saying I wouldn't pay to play, but I mean, I'm paying everything else.
There's a lot of people that don't fucking join channels and they don't drop super chats and they just consume shit for free anyway. So, if you're out there and you're not going to pay to play, then guess what? You're not going to play on this fucking playground.
Yeah, it's true.
No, I don't see any problem with it. I would,
Yeah.
Typically on VK nights, I'll probably spend like $20 or $40 whenever I'm in the rounds debating with people. I've never won a single one of those, although I've won a ton of 1v1s. But I'm not like that's like a garage guy's bullshit area. It's not so much like I don't look at it as like a real competing type thing, because it is kind of a popularity contest at the end,
Yeah, whatever you do, don't lose the genuineness of the debating, right? And the fact that it's done impartially, because that's really what your distinct competency is in the market for debates.
Are you wanting to have cash and prizes? Is that part of the deal here?
Yeah. So
then it's asinine not to charge it, not to have it.
Yeah. So the deal is that. So the deal is that whatever is donated throughout the night, the winner gets 10%, and the runner-up gets 5%.
Loan amount in with all the supers and all the other
the supers, everything. So so what happens is
I would have an entry just so you have a guaranteed pot, because just
yeah.
I don't understand. What if you do this, right? and you pitch this that okay, the winner's going to get, there's going to be cash and prize. You don't say how much it's going to be because that's dependent.
Yeah, I just say
And
10%.
then
Yeah.
and then all the fuckers out in the chat and nobody drops any supers or anything.
Well,
or
so
they
that's
barely drop, or they barely drop supers, or
right. So that's
whatever
already
the case may
you've
be.
already
So at
faced
least
that, right?
so at
So
least
the
you've
first
got
week-
something built in, right?
Yeah. So the first, and that's why I'm going back to the pay to play thing, right?
Mhm.
Because the first week we had a really good week, and I was able to pay out Anson, who won, and Wally, who was the runner up, and we didn't actually raise $1,000, but I paid out 150, 100 to Anson and 50 to Wally anyway, because it was close enough, right? Like I want people to, feel good about it, right?
No, that's 10% of the total, not 10% of
10% of the total. Yeah.
Okay, got you. Wow, that's honestly pretty generous, but
Yeah,
John
Arthur Diet's got a good point, though. You're going to have a harder time getting lefties if you make them pay. And a lot of these people that are on here debating,
probably
like you've been begging for lefties, and I mean they're all like wasting their money on weed. And shit, stupid stuff.
what if somebody in the chat super chatted their entry?
That's
Right,
what
yeah,
John
they
Barrett
could
just
be-
said. John Barrett just said chat could pay for contestants to play. So if there's lefties that have like some supporters that want to pay for them to be able to come up and play,
Exactly.
Absolutely.
there you go.
Yeah, I'm not saying you personally have to pay, but somebody that the spot has to be paid for.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Somebody's got to buy your seat. Yeah.
A ticket fee, whether you hand the ticket to someone else or whether you take it yourself, a ticket fee.
Right.
Yeah.
And so, last week we did not have, or the last week that we did it, we didn't do one last week. The last week that we did it, we didn't have as good a amount of super chats.
Mhm.
And so I padded that as well, and I paid Beth was the winner, and she got 50, and Cleaner would have been the runner up, and he would have gotten I would have probably thrown 25 out no matter what, but it wasn't as good a donation night. So it matters to, and this is actually something that I kind of wanted to build in, right? Like if you think you can win, you should try and get your friends over to throw in the $5 and $10 here and there, because you could take it all home, or you could take a chunk of it home.
Mm-hmm.
Joseph, so they have to panhandle? No, they don't. But they also don't have to debate.
Mm-hmm.
See how that works?
Yeah, that's not panhandling.
No, I don't know. There's something about, if they have some of their crew over here, their crew gets to choose their champion, so to speak, or whatever.
Yeah.
Too. I mean, there's that element, right?
Sure. EOD 696. Last week, the judges, the last time we did it, the judges were Old Joe, who did a great job, Anson Knowles, who also did an excellent job. Glenn was a judge for 1 or 2 rounds before before I let him go play.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's another judge. Who's the other judge?
Paige.
Was it Tiki Tack or Paige?
Tiki Tack was a judge as well. And Paige came in.
Yeah, one of the ladies stepped in for. Yeah, I thought it was
Paige at the very end, which a lot of there was a little bit of pushback on, but we'll try and keep that. So.
Yeah, you got to keep the women out of the judging. Women are terrible.
Dee Dee Den was mad at me about that. She's like, "Who are that?" And I'm like, well, it's the end of the show.
Yeah, I mean, she might be an attorney IRL, but I mean, it doesn't convert into anything useful. So,
Anson's not a righty; he's a monarchist. He's like 2 steps away from a communist. What are you talking about?
Whoa, Greg. That's like the opposite of communist.
1 step away.
Yeah, the king takes 1 step and all the commies are gone. That's the step.
Yeah. So the EOD 696, the way it currently works on another channel is it's a poll. It becomes a popularity contest, and then And there's ZD Den saying her ears are ringing.
And the thing about a poll, and the thing about is that you got to be really careful with who's making the decisions, and is it people
Well,
that
it's
have
always been
skin,
the chat, and
and is it people that actually have skin in the game? If you was to just throw a poll in a live chat or something, okay, that's okay, maybe. But if you just throw one up on the community tab, or you poll through an email list, or you do something like that, then what you do is you run the risk of saturating that poll with fuckers that are not going to show up for the goddamn thing anyway. And they're voting on something they're not even going to be a part of.
Yeah, I'd say, and that's the big problem with the chat. The biggest problem with the chat deciding is it always, I don't care what chat it is, I don't care what channel it is, I don't care what you're deciding. You do it more than 2 or 3 times, and it becomes a popularity contest.
Yep.
The objectivity goes away, right? Like maybe the first time, but not the same. ZD Den, I was remarking on the fact that you were upset about Paige being allowed to judge, as she is a female. I think that she did okay for the last couple of rounds, but certainly I agree that we should have had. I think it was okay for those couple of rounds, but mainly because we were getting kind of low on judges.
Paige can actually approach neutrality pretty fairly, from what I've seen. So, as far as women go, I'd say she's probably one of the most neutral minds when it comes to like picking out who's a winner in a debate.
Yeah, I was joking about saying she was back. She was a woman. She's like pretty good for a woman.
Sure, you were.
Yeah. But at any rate, yeah, I just don't like the popularity contest portion of the voting. Look, if I want it to be, I want people to come and support their favorite debaters, right? Like Cleaner and Anson and all of your, all your buddies and all your online friends, just say, hey, come on over and watch me clean this guy's clock. I'm a better debater than they are. I want that, but but the problem is when you come down to the judging part of it, I've for the past year, maybe a little bit over. Honestly, a little bit over a year. I've watched not just VK, but other channels where they try and decide debates by
what the chat polls it. Yeah.
Yeah. And it's always a popularity contest or a how much they agree with me it's not a based on the arguments decision, which is why I instituted the judging, right? Like, I pick. It's not just, it's not like we only have 3 and we'll always only have those 3 guys and girl. I look around and see who's there, and I think I do a good job picking the judges, right? Like so far, even though Mel thought that she should have won the second debate against Ben, which she should have, because she actually made an argument, or he made an argument, whatever. I can never really decide with Mel, but okay, he made a good argument, right? And Ben didn't make an argument at all. The Furby should have won. He wasn't mad about that. He wasn't mad about the first decision at all. He ranted in the chat that, oh, you guys are all against me. But when he calmed down and thought about it, it was like, no, I didn't win that. or it was closer or whatever. But he at least thought it was fair, and he's coming back. So
yeah.
That's all. That means a lot to me. I know. Look, I understand. Look, and again, look. Hey, don't get me wrong. While I want to make money at this, I could honestly give a fuck less about. I could care less about the money than just having a good show that people want to watch and want to come up here and do a good thing and have an argument and have it judged fairly and actually and look, this is the way I look at it. You come and do this, you'd come and do my show, and we're gonna beat you up and we're gonna blood sport you a little bit. And then when you go to another, when you go onto the Tomato or you go on to Prime Kai's The Reverie, and you're on these panel debates and people are coming at you, maybe you learn something. You know, maybe you're a little better prepared. Maybe you spot those fallacies a little quicker. And and we have actual, you know, hopefully it's more the way it's been, hopefully it continues the way it is, because what I see when I rewatch the footage is actual debating. Like nobody's just spurging, nobody's just yelling over each other. It's really, really good.
Yeah. Well, that's because all the VK guys didn't come. So
fucking Hanson, man.
He loves poking the bear.
He does.
He can't help it.
He pokes all the bears.
Yeah, he does.
All of them.
Motherfucker's like, I got honey. I'm putting it on a stick. Come here, bears.
Like the bear is on the other side of the fucking country, and Anson's like, give me a bigger stick. Go get me a bigger stick so I can poke that bear way over there. That reminds me of something, Anson. I watched a guy, kind of remind me of him, that hunts bears with a blowgun.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
You know how close you have to be to a fucking bear to kill it with a blowgun?
That's pretty cool.
20 feet, maybe, at most.
It's like yards, and he uses these weird razor-shaped darts that go in, and like he has to hit it right in the heart. Like has to go through all the fat and everything, or go through an eye into the brain.
Wow.
Yeah, right. A blowgun. Everybody in the chat's like, a blowgun. I'm like, yeah, blowgun. Like, who the fuck does it? First of all, who thought it's a great idea? Right? Like, hey, you know what I'm gonna do today? I'm gonna go hunt a bear with a blowgun.
You know what though? I mean, you got to give the guy kudos. Like whoever it is, that motherfucker's got balls.
I know, right? Like, and he's willing to get super close, like super close. There's no way.
He's got a 454 Casull backup or something. Almost no doubt.
I'm positive that there's somebody standing by with something.
Yeah. No. He may not, but somebody nearby's got one.
The cameraman, I bet you, has a the cameraman's over there with a 44 Magnum with Elmer Keith loads going.
Now, have you heard about the people who get all camoed up and go out in the woods where there's like common
no poison, Agrippas, no poison, just razors or whatever, barbs or whatever. I don't know what the fuck. Look it up. Bear with a blowgun. I'm sure there's a fucking YouTube video on it.
So there's folks that go out in the woods and stand up against trees and on deer trails, and they wait for a deer to walk up, being totally camouflaged, just so that they can touch the deer in the wild without it, realizing it's there, realizing that they're there. That's also a sport.
So I don't know if I've told you guys this, but obviously I'm in Tennessee. I've been deer hunting my whole life, and I have a cousin, John Deal, and he was a wild. Of course, this is back when when people said that's a wild dude, they actually meant that's a wild dude.
Mm-hmm.
Cousin was a little bit wild. So he had come back from Marine boot camp, and he was home visiting, looked good in his uniform, all that, and we went deer hunting. He's carrying a 9mm pistol.
Mm-hmm.
And of course he's carrying a rifle too, but he's got the pistol for snakes, snuts, And he is set up in this tree looking across a field. Well, the deer came in behind him. It was literally underneath his stand. and it wasn't going anywhere out, right? And he can't get the gun to press down enough. So he pulls out this Beretta and pops the deer right in the head. Right in the top of the head.
Fuck yeah.
Done deal.
Kissy Cat told an interesting story like that the other day on a different channel. She was doing bow hunting at a tree stand, and a bear tried to crawl up the tree and get her, and she had to shoot it with her firearm, with her sidearm.
Yikes! That's a yikes.
Yeah, when she comes up here, she can tell you the story herself with her sweet molasses voice.
Yeah, there you go. So the other thing that John did, and this was before he went to Marine boot camp. This is when he was actually wild. And we were up in, so we were hunting. So in Tennessee, we hunt fields, right? Because the woods are thick, and you're just not gonna get a shot. It's just not gonna happen. Not in archery season for damn sure. There's too many trees out, too many leaves. So this is another case where he is. He's in the stand, but he's not really ready. He's got his bow off to the side on a hook. He's basically sitting there waiting for it to get light enough, and he's not hearing anything. We're not seeing anything. We're not hearing any blowing. We're not hearing nothing. There's nothing going on. I'm over there. I'm like, what the fuck ever. I was probably like 15, so this is big. I'm hunting with my cousin. I'm like 15 years old, maybe a little younger. I'm like super excited, right? This guy, and this was a deer, came down the side of this fence line and went past him, turns around, goes back towards him, and he jumped out of the fucking tree with the knife and cut this stupid deer, which is a mistake because deer are angry animals. They are angry. They will fuck you up.
How many antlers was he pulling out of his ribs?
I don't know. I think he got one through through the meat of his bicep.
Oh.
And he did end up cutting that deer's throat and killing it. But it was I'm sitting over there. I'm a teenager, and I'm like, the fuck is this guy doing? So.
Yeah. So I've got a correction. Kissy Cat in the chat says that she killed the bear with a bow.
Yeah, she shot it with her bow. Wow.
Well, she didn't say she killed it. She just said she shot it.
No, she said she killed it in a different.
I got to be honest with you. I really want to hunt a bear because they're supposed to be really good eating. Yeah. Yep. Deer are angry animals. They look so sweet and innocent. I tell my wife all the time. I'm like, they are angry fucking animals.
The does aren't that bad.
Sweet,
but, especially depending on the season.
No, deer.
Oh. I thought he said bear. Holy crap. I was like, sweet and innocent. What?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm with Kissy Cat. If you ever cleaned a deer, you'd say they're gross.
Yeah. I've cleaned a lot of deer.
The meat's good, though.
Yeah. So we were talking about that last week. What? You think the does are like nice or something?
Yeah, they are around here. Much more so.
I think we have feminist does then.
We're talking about whitetail around here, but
yeah, we got.
Yeah, I've had does. Those are pretty curious too. I've had, your big bucks don't get big by being fucking stupid, and especially by being curious.
They don't get big by being friendly.
I've had does walk up on me before. I've had does. You hear something, you turn around, and 10 foot away with her nose in the air is a doe. And you're like, what the fuck are you doing? Not during deer season. Like deer season hits and you don't fucking see them. But
isn't that funny how that happens?
Yeah, right. They don't walk up on you in deer season. That's for damn sure. But
when you have a gun in your hand. Benjamin says he has bears here pretty regularly. You just scream curses at them and they run away, very easily offended. They also must be feminist.
Yeah. I was just thinking he must mean feminists, not bears.
Well, feminist bears. I'm assuming that they have feminist deer in here in Tennessee because our does are fucking mean as shit.
I don't know. Ours down here in Texas are pretty bad too. If you actually get up close to them and scare them and they're not running from you, they're actually turning to attack. They can get pretty damn rough.
Yeah, I had a dog once and this was when I was a kid, so I don't remember all the details. I mean, come on, it's been 40 fucking years ago. But I had a dog get really fucked up by a doe that surprised the dog. The dog's just like fucking off, and the doe comes out of nowhere and fucked that dog up. So, whatever. Welcome, Kissy Cat. How are you?
I'm all right. How are you?
I'm fine. We're just talking a little shit, chilling out. It's a Friday night chill stream.
Mm-hmm.
And
just wanted to add the best game meat is moose.
Yeah, I haven't killed a moose yet. I've killed elk. And elk is really good.
Elk is good, but moose is really good.
Yeah.
Damn it, Anson. Keep that shit in your own head. Stop telepathing it to me.
Yeah, I'm trying, man. I'm trying.
I heard it with or without the fur.
Yeah.
Oh my lord.
Well, what I was just gonna say, Kissy Cat, is are you out of money after making it rain on Eternal, or are you gonna be able to help out on the stream tomorrow night, or what's the deal?
Tomorrow night I will. I'm blocked from sending super chats right now.
Yeah, I hate it when that happens.
You can do it on you can do it through Streamlabs.
Oh yeah, it does alert you, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
yeah, you can do it through Streamlabs. You can't do the memberships, but you can do the donut.
Oh, I'm completely blocked from memberships. I haven't been able to.
What did you do? What have you guys done to upset these people?
Well, I sent like 150 memberships on whatever a couple weeks ago, and it's completely blocked me from being able to send memberships now. So I really don't know what's going on.
They think you're a bot, maybe, or something. Well, they're trying to they're trying to refund Anson from last.
Yeah, they did. They refunded me all the ones I did to Chris Lestrange, and they tried to refund me yours, and it didn't work for some reason. The refund didn't take. So I don't know.
So they're keeping the money because I don't have it.
Yeah, I don't know.
How old is your account, Pat?
I don't know. I have no idea.
I know younger accounts, they'll tend to only allow you to do so much, and then they'll start looking into your historicals and trying to verify you. But
no, she's had her YouTube since like 2016. I was checking it out the other day.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Okay. I'm glad you can see that because I don't really know.
Yeah, I'll send you a screenshot of it if you want it.
Don't stop
Let me send you a screenshot of me talking to you.
Probably when you went to go save my picture so that you could make it big.
Yeah, so I do that with everybody. I've got like 30 or 40 different pictures of people's avatars that I have to cycle through. Just for whatever I need them. Like I've got Puffy McCloud, and let's see here. I've got a whole bunch of them in here. There's Kissy Cat.
Oh God.
Let's see here. And here's the Kissy Cat avatar that I made.
Yeah, we can do that one.
Nightbot. Yep. Let's see what else. There's Angry Beaver.
You'll never get the animated cleaner though.
There's Lindsay Smith. I got a whole bunch of other ones too. I don't have them in this one though. I've got them in my StreamYard. Oh wait, Smoking Spaceman. You got Smoking Spaceman.
I like his. His is pretty cool looking.
Yeah, it is, isn't it?
Yeah.
I'll leave him up.
It's abusing mod privileges. He's not a mod. You think I would let Anson? Anson begs to be a mod, and I don't let him.
Oh no, I'm abusing mod privileges on Chris Lestrange's channel. Chris was dumb enough to make me a mod.
Well, that's a mistake. Oh man. Yikes.
I don't even know.
He's using one of those picture now for one of his alts, right?
I don't even know if you can get the my animated logo. I'm not sure. I haven't tried it from an alternate account yet.
Yeah. Yikes.
Oh,
There,
yeah.
everyone
But
is going
Anson,
crazy.
you
I'm sorry, go ahead.
oh, sorry about that.
What I do wrong?
Everything.
Yep.
Yeah, but no, I was not simping for what's her name? Eternal. I supported Wally's stream because he said his stream had only made $20, so I matched it because I like Wally. Wally's a nice guy.
You don't know Wally? Is that what you just said?
I do know Wally.
You know why Wally's not going to be here tomorrow night?
Really?
He said he was going to be traveling this weekend.
Yeah, right now he is traveling to Asheville, I believe, to have dinner with Andrew tomorrow night.
No kidding.
Yeah,
that's cool.
Yeah, I thought about going, but I have a lot going on, so I may have to have somebody do a because I'm going to be out of the country at the end of the month for a week. So I may have to have somebody do something with my channel. And I may be out. I don't know if I'm going to be back next week in time enough to do the show. I hope so. I know Wednesday night I won't do a show next week.
Yeah, you want to give me the keys grid?
I mean, you personally?
That's a horrible idea.
She comes out with, that's a horrible idea. Let me tell you why.
Anson, you know I like you, dude, but Grid, don't fucking do that, man. Don't do it. Don't do it.
Give the keys to Tiki Tack or something like that.
All right, Tiki Tack has keys. Grumple Stillskin, good evening, sir. Good evening, sir.
Oh, I paid Grumple to eat some crayons on Flo's stream.
That was hilarious, by the way.
Yeah, you know, 10th Man is absolutely convinced that Grumple was not a Marine. And I'm like, did he eat the crayons?
No, Grumple, I can tell you, I've had a conversation with Grumple. I can confirm he is a Marine.
Yeah, I don't know why everybody's like got a
10th Man's Canadian. What the fuck's he know?
Yeah, that guy just says stuff to say stuff. I mean, like I ignore like 99% of what that idiot has to say.
Oh, really? I ignore 99.99%.
Yeah.
And it's still too much.
And I mean, the fact that he ate crayons should just solidify the fact that he is a Marine.
Nobody eats crayons for free anymore, guys.
Well,
he did.
He wanted to add sauce, and I wouldn't let him add sauce because I wanted him to taste it.
Taste the wax.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
She wanted him to raw dog that crayon.
Actually, that's what I said, to raw dog it.
Oh, kissy cat. Oh.
Yeah, I may have to have somebody do the show.
What do you?
So I was going to tell 10th Man this. I don't think he really wanted to hear it, but so I was in I was at military school, and we were basically we're in a huddle, like a circle, and we're all talking. And obviously we were being boring as shit because Colonel Spain, he's like staring at me, and I'm like, what the fuck is Colonel Spain looking at me for? Because you get a little, you get a little self-conscious, right? Why the fuck is he looking at? Like, am my shoes dirty? Am I out of? Did I do something wrong here? My shirt untucked? I don't know. And he's just staring intently at my feet. Now I'm thinking, well, is there a fucking snake down there? Or because we are in the kind of the wilderness at the moment. But he's just staring. I'm like, what the fuck? And all of a sudden he lunges down and he grabs this granddaddy long legs and pops it in his mouth. And literally everybody, like all the bullshit stopped. Like everybody's like, what the fuck did he just do? Like, what the fuck? What just happened here? And I'm like, did you just eat a granddaddy long legs? And he's like, yeah, tastes like, it's a little peppery, but the legs get caught in your teeth. And I'm like, okay, all right, that's cool. And then I never really thought of him the same way again after that.
Fucking Anson.
Anson's hilarious. Yeah.
I told you it wasn't just you, Kissy Cat. It's equal opportunity.
Yeah, the daddy long legs thing was just weird, man. It was, and he ate bugs all the time. He'd just be like, and fucking eat the thing. I'm like, yikes.
I knew it.
Anton, mine's the. Sorry, cleaner. Go ahead.
Oh, you're good.
I think I'm on delay. I think I'm on a little bit of a delay. Sorry.
Did you say you wanted your avatar back up there? Is that what you were saying?
No, I said it's a little different for me because y'all had like my whole face up there, and we're like critiquing
that's her whole ass face right there.
Y'all were like critiquing my eyebrows and like.
I think Steelman is like 20 minutes behind us. The comments he's making is like 20 minutes ago.
Oh yeah, I don't think you're live, Steelman.
You got to hit the button where it says live.
No, don't tell him. It's more funny this way.
Well, it'll be 20 minutes before he hears this anyway. So.
Oh, that's true.
So somebody should type it in the chat.
No, don't type it in the
or
chat.
Not. Yeah, or not.
Oh my.
Arthur Dyer gives you a 10 out of 10 on the face.
Oh gosh.
Yeah, she's hitting on you, Kissy Cat.
What?
Yeah.
This has just gotten degenerate.
I know, Anson. This always happens when you're up on my panel.
Can we take my face down now? It's
all. That was the sweetest way to ask that ever. Ever. Can we take my face down now?
Please. There was a please in there. Yeah.
Please in there.
Oh gosh. I got to work tonight and there were 3 fire trucks outside the hospital. Crazy.
Only 3? Was it all 3 in the county?
It's in a city, but apparently there was a fire in the ER.
Was there all 3? But was it all 3 fire trucks in the locality?
Yeah, we're tapped out now.
Okay. Were there any zombies?
If you consider where I live, it's likely.
I'd believe it. Good evening.
What's up, Crayon Eater?
What's up, old man?
Sorry, I'm a stolen crayon guy.
Stolen valor. Stolen crayon valor.
No, I'm stolen crayons. That's what we're gonna say now. These aren't my crayons. I stole them. You see.
Everyone had me feeling bad that I paid to make you eat those, and then I was like, wait, Crayola crayons are non-toxic. It's all right. So
that's yes, correct. Yeah, they're non-toxic.
I even looked it up. You can snort. You can snort them.
Yeah.
You can snort them, and they're all right.
I mean, I wouldn't.
It's wax.
I wouldn't do.
K2
I wouldn't want
on trucking wants you to know that is not his profile picture.
I know. Yeah, he changed it. Don't worry, I'll get the updated one eventually.
Because they're non-toxic. Yeah, even something inert, if you snort it, that's still in your lungs.
I looked it up. You can snort it safely. That's why they're safe for children.
I'm not doing that.
I'm not asking you to crush a crayon and do a line of Crayola.
Well, I mean, it sounded kind of like that's where this.
I don't know. I mean,
I'm
actually
putting it out
sounds
there
like
right now. I'm not doing that right now.
Children are not
I don't
crushing
snort
them
anything.
and snorting them though. Children are breaking them and putting a whole piece up their nose.
Right.
Let's be honest.
Grumple, I think I heard her double dare you.
Yeah, not doing that one.
I've tapped out on the super chats. It's all right.
Yeah, no, my cardio is bad enough.
They also make for some interesting bathroom time.
Okay, so just in case anybody's interested, so it's been a total of in the last week.
We're not.
There have been 3 crayons that I have consumed in the last week, and yes, there has been a little bit of, oh hey, that's a light green tinge, like lime green, like almost glowing lime green. When it came out.
In your private time.
Speaking of poop phenomenons, has anyone ever noticed, like, if you eat a whole bunch of creamy peanut butter, you'll poop out peanuts?
No. No. What? No.
Wait, I missed that.
Be glad. Be thankful. Be thankful. Small gifts.
All right.
Wait, did you recycle the peanuts? Or
hell no.
Oh gosh, I think I know that.
Did you? There's, I mean, ask George Washington Carver, right? There's like 1,000,001 things you can do with peanuts. I mean, if you just have a way to just make peanuts, I mean, infinite money glitch, right?
Yeah, I'm with Arthur Daya on this. Let's bring this back to business and politics. This is off the rails, even for me.
No.
What are you doing these days, Grumple?
I'm finishing up a contract, and that's been taking up a lot of time. That's why I haven't been doing like it's been super weird hours. But
it has been super weird hours. I'm going to give you that. Hey. Snort a lion a
K squared keep on tracking donated $10 super chat.
Yes.
Snort a line of crayon.
Oh wait, hang on. Here you go.
Just
okay. Hang on. Check this out. Right.
Okay. All right.
There you go.
Here you go.
That's probably appropriate.
Fulfilled. There we go.
Crayons do smell good. Not as good as Play-Doh, but they smell pretty damn good.
Play-Doh smells like new money, and Play-Doh have a similar smell, which is interesting if you've ever smelled either of them in depth.
I'm going to get another TTS here.
$10 from Agrilopolis. That's how that's pronounced. Let the crayon lines flow.
Let the crayon lines flow.
It's actually pronounced Agrilopolis.
TOS.
I chose to make it a category of civilization. Like a city,
flirting with
an acropolis.
He's probably
metropolis.
I can't say it.
There we go. Fulfilled. Crayon lines. Like, how many is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There's like 8.
Oh, we're doing picture pages now.
I think Stillman is still behind.
I think he is too, but we're going to have some fun with it.
Oh, wait, hang on. No, Spaceman is correct. So we got, see these lines here.
What is not cool, Steelman, when you catch up?
So we snorted lines of crayon. That's another way we did it. There we go.
20 minutes behind.
2 different ways now.
I think he's 20 minutes behind.
Steelman corrected, and yeah, Steelman was right. Or excuse me, Smoking Spaceman.
Steelman wants a link. Is he caught up? Yeah, he can have a link.
Agrilopolis donated $10 super chat. That's not what I had in mind, lol, but still funny.
How you been, Grump?
Oh, living a dream, man. Actually, the entire world is collapsing upon my mortal flesh, but no biggie, right? Nobody'd care if I complained anyway.
I mean, will care, I'm not sure what we can do about it. But
Care?
Yeah,
I don't know.
not much.
Be interested to hear, possibly.
Yeah, not stuff I can talk about on that I'm would talk about on a panel. So
gotcha. You can always hit me up later, man, if you need someone to talk to.
I very much appreciate that. I did want to talk to you about like not life crushing things, but like just some business things at some point.
Yeah.
But I'm not anywhere near that right now.
I think it's weird that people think that they have to have a lot of money to afford to buy a business, right? Like you can buy like a small business, like a small landscape company or something like that for, well, the smallest business people should buy is I think most people should do SBAs, and they need to start at around the 500 to 750,000 mark cost for price of the business. But you only have to put 10% down, and part of that can be a seller note. So you can get into a business that's making pretty good money pretty low. So,
and I agree that, but that's not where I was talking about for starting something like an actual starting a business that's somewhat adjacent to what you've done previously.
Starting a business
for buying businesses, yeah, no, I'm all about like, yeah, I forget what her name is, but there's somebody that I've been listening to. Like one of the tricks is find a local just service business that you can buy the business or even get part equity for, like, hey, let me do promotion and social media for you, or like let me do marketing and increase your business, and then I get the equity of the delta on that.
Yeah.
And then like just getting into it. And that way you don't have to like, it's just that becomes just free money after you do the work initially.
We can talk about stuff like that. Hi, Kat Katibi. You should come up. You haven't been on screen with Kissy Cat yet. You should come up. Equity is what happens when you invest in something and it's worth more.
Yeah, if you increase the equity, then like, I mean, just structuring the deal
to where you're going to give. Too boring? Kissy Cat's not boring. We'll let Kissy Cat talk again.
Equity is stuffy thingamajibbles.
Stuffy McThingamajibbles. I think one of my kids has a animal named that.
I see what you did there, Arthur Daya, you little vixen. All right, here we go. $2 from K2 Keep On Trucking. Lunchtime. I need some crayons. Grumple has them for you. They'll be right there.
We got them. I'll
mail them to him.
No, I'm Harry Pottering them through the internet at you.
There you
go. Are you getting hit in the face yet? Because that's what the intent is.
Did Steelman get a link, or is he just lagging that far behind?
I mean, you guys really aren't, like, y'all aren't actually describing what equity is. Equity is just the value of the things that you own. It doesn't have to do with gain or loss, profit, or it doesn't have to do with any of that.
I was being facetious, but
was somebody literally asking what equity is? Oh,
equity is worth more if you sell it. Equity is profit. I mean, like,
it's the unrealized value.
Well, no, it is the unrealized, but it's the actual value that, like what Peter just said.
But it's the value.
Yeah. Well, it's the theoretical value. The actual value of your equity is what it's worth when you try and sell it.
Yeah. Well, and that's just a differentiation between equitable and theoretical. That's all, or virtual and actualized, or however you want to term it.
Yeah, you can get a HELOC, like a home equity line of credit, which is a loan against the equity that you have, the possible value that if you were to sell it, you would be able to realize. You can take loans against that,
right? But in order to gauge that value that you get the HELOC on, you have to pay somebody to appraise it, and they're just providing an estimate of the actual equity because you don't know what the equity is until you try to sell it.
Yeah,
or you can use your property taxes
Agri-Policy would actually have 100,000 in equity. If you were capable of selling it for 100,000, then you would have 100,000 in actual equity.
Now,
minus your note.
All of this man prattle has put Cat soundly to sleep.
I heard her snoring.
I meant the other cat, Cat Katibi.
It had a southern accent to it. That's how I know it was her.
No, that cat can't fall asleep because she's at work, but Cat Katibi is falling asleep because she is not at work because she is a non-working housewife.
Yeah, even if you spent 50,000 to get it, the equity of the property would still be 100,000.
Yeah, I mean, equity is
the value you have. What you spent on it doesn't matter as far as equity goes. But yeah, we're talking like nerd. Honestly, I've got a buddy who tried to do finance stuff like at live streaming. It's a stinker for live streaming unless you're doing like degenerate day trading.
I thought about doing like actual, like one of the problems with trying to do actual business shows advice is you either have to resort to being like the clowns that I make fun of, and just dumb it down so far, or you just bore the shit out of people. And I just choose to bore the shit out of people.
I think that's the way to go because if you're doing something super specialized, unless you already have a community that is into that super specialized niche thing, then all you're doing is you're just being live for while you're recording the content to be a static video for when the people that are searching for it find it later. And that's okay too. Yeah, sometimes it's even better.
Arthur D, that would be personal equity. The equity, which would be the value of the property itself, would be the value of the property itself. Your personal equity would be the value of the property minus the mortgage or loan or whatever you have. That would be your personal equity. There's a differentiation there.
Yeah, there's a difference between cost basis, like what you've put into the property, and what the value is on the open market.
And that's very important when you get into building land trusts and things like that. It's actually really important that you differentiate between property equity and personal equity.
So Kissy Cat, I think I'm making a button just for you for PayPal. I just need to figure out how to get it on my website so you can just it literally says grift.
All right.
And you just hit the button and fill in the amount and it just does it through PayPal.
Okay.
Yeah. But right now you can do you can go to
super easy.
Where did I just put that?
Yeah, like YouTube, they limit you. Like you can only super chat like
YouTube doesn't like me, apparently.
I think it's like $500 a day total. And
you can go into your payment settings and adjust that, Kissy Cat.
I don't know how to do that.
So you not have like do you not have like Cash App, Venmo, those type things?
I do have Cash App.
Grid.
Yeah, I do. Yeah, it's in the description.
That's easy to do. You could just put on your website. You could just put a QR code or something.
Yeah, I can do Cash App.
But then how do you make it have alerts is the thing. So going through like Streamlabs or something or one of those so that there's a bot that can monitor it unless you want to code it. I don't agree. Like using PayPal, that means everybody knows everybody else's legal name.
I have a business PayPal.
That's a little bit doxing.
Cash App and or Venmo or something. You can set up.
I have a business PayPal. Hang on, I'm gonna. If this page will ever fucking load, I'll put it in the link. There we go.
I have used Cash App because you cannot have your real name on there because I don't want like everyone knowing my real name.
Yeah, you don't want. Yes, you don't want that.
That's something.
I don't. I'm mildly fucking famous, so it doesn't matter.
There's been a large number of people over the past 2 weeks that have been saying they've been having issues with super chatting, and I actually had an issue I think it was yesterday. It was yesterday, the day before, with the same thing. And then as soon as my Amazon account went to refresh, my Amazon account said that it was paused until I verify if I have EBT or SNAP or some kind of. I don't have any of that.
What?
Yeah, it wanted.
Were you buying? No, cleaner. Were you buying like government cheese on Amazon? Why'd they think that?
No, dude, no. Actually, I was buying cheese. It was Hillcrest powdered cheese. I'm not even shitting you. It was.
I know what you're like. Wait, was it? Hey, hang on. There's Bega, which is like the canned, or was it? It was powdered like the stuff that's in macaroni.
Yeah. I like adding a little
yeah.
macaroni.
No, that's so great to have. I mean, Kraft Blue Box macaroni is cheap, but you can make it even cheaper. If you just buy the powdered cheese and use whatever noodles you have.
Yeah, I just thought it was kind of crazy because a lot of these things are they're coming up and they're asking for some pretty ridiculous things now. Like they wanted my tax forms for the past 2 years to prove I could pay $6.99 for a Prime account. Really? $6.99.
That might have been phishing, dude. Unless it was on the website. If
No,
that was
it
like
was actually on the website. Yeah, no, it was on the website, and it had like 3 other selections. One of them was like EBT, the other was SNAP, and the other was like some kind of welfare assistance. And I was like, I don't have any of that crap, and no, you're not getting my tax records. Why do you need that when I'm trying to give you $7 for a Prime subscription? That's ridiculous. You know?
Man, it's got to be 5, 6, 7 years ago, maybe a little bit more at this point. City Card. No, not City Card. Capital One. Okay, Capital One. The Quicksilver card. Yeah, something happened and they were like, yeah, we're freezing. We're not going to send you any statements and we're freezing your card until you send us whatever. And they wanted like a picture of my social security card. And I was like, no, I just stopped using your card. Let me know what I owe you. But
I don't
you're not sending me
credit
statements.
card companies at all. So I had a Venmo. I had a Venmo credit.
No, sir.
I had a Venmo credit. I have a Venmo credit card. It had like a $30,000 limit on it. I actually, at one point, I think I had like 20 grand on it or something like that. So I paid it. I paid like 10,000 of that down, and then, I went to pay the other 13 grand off, and I paid like the interest bearing balance off, which was like $12,960. Paid it off. It took them 5 days, which was the first time it ever happened, 5 days for them to verify the funds. Okay, that was weird. And once they did, they took my $30,000 limit down to $710, which was $20 above the remaining balance. And I'm like, you know what? Fuck you guys. I won't ever use your credit card ever again. So
that's weird.
It is weird. It was just like the most hilarious thing. And I'm like, whatever. I just won't use your card anymore.
I should probably watch those things a little more closely.
I
just
think
have everything on auto pay.
I think it really pisses them off. If you because that they don't get the interest out of it.
Well, it looks like I got around that crap.
I've done a few balance transfer things and to take advantage of points and stuff like that. And nobody's ever reduced a limit on me. That's weird.
It was really weird. It was it took a long time to verify the funds, right? Which had never happened before. Like banks normally, it's like if at most like the end of the day, but it was because I called them and I'm like, hey, I don't see any activity on this. I'm like, oh, it can take up to 5 days. I'm like, 5 days? You use my money for 5 days? So that's what happened there. It doesn't matter. I just use the Amex card now, so it's fine. I don't care.
Anson is a furry now, an anthropomorphic
No,
ginger.
he's me.
Furry?
That's one of Kissy Cat's avatars.
Oh. Is that a cat or a squirrel?
It's a cougar.
A chipmunk?
Because Kissy Cat's a cougar.
Grid got it. Yeah, it's Kissy Cougar in honor of Kissy Cat.
That's not actually my avatar.
No, I made that one specifically for you, Kissy Cat.
I thought she already had a dude.
Yes, she does. Yeah, it's a joke.
He just likes to aggravate me a little bit.
The face is cat, but the ears say squirrel.
You think so, squirrel? Yeah.
The ears look squirrel to me. or chipmunk, maybe. I mean, probably chipmunk. You know,
Chipmunk.
Look at those hands.
Something in there.
Oh, with the 7 fingers though. That's I don't know that any chipmunk or cat has 7 fingers. 6.
Yeah, that's a lot.
Oh, is that me now? Thank you.
That is not a kissy cougar.
Harambe, whatever your name was.
That's apparently asking for dicks out on cam, which is I wouldn't appreciate that, and I'm sure Grid Stream would not also.
What?
What? What are you talking about, Grump?
Everybody.
Steelman just realized that he's behind.
Steelman.
Yeah,
Oh,
we've
this
been
is
waiting
mean.
for you, Steelman. We've been waiting for you to come up, pal.
Welcome to the future, my friend.
This is the future, sir. Welcome to the world.
Tiki Tack, you should never leave for an hour. You will never get caught back up.
Well, we kind of degenerated a whole fucking lot.
Well, Kissy Cat came in.
I had nothing to do with that.
So the entire panel, except for me, turned to children and decided to fawn mightily over.
I don't think that's what happened.
I don't think that's what went down. I feel like that's what went down.
I
got it. No. I've got to dispute this entire panel bullshit.
Yeah.
Well, you weren't up yet, were you?
I do too. I am not fawning.
When Kissy Cat came up?
Yeah, were you up?
Yeah.
Yeah, Clover Tack was already up.
Okay. Pick looks like a ginger squigga. I don't know what what's that? What is that?
I don't know.
That's probably racism, but it's like
A2 Keep on Trucking says looks like a ginger squig. I don't know what that is.
Is that related to that show Squid Games or something?
The thing is, I'm just not up on all of this stuff anymore.
I'm so used to getting abused by you guys. I don't really even know anymore.
That sounded wrong.
Yeah, I don't.
Not like that.
Can't condone that behavior, but anyway. Welcome,
further
man. How are you?
Hey man, thanks for having me.
Everything
working all right?
Best.
Hey, Steelman.
Oh, yeah.
Is that a
good to see you? Yeah, well, I gotta make a good presentation for Grid.
Yeah, absolutely.
This is speed dating, so yeah, you are being judged.
Yeah, well, my heart was broken when I heard that Cat's married or whatever. So otherwise, I was going to speed date her.
Oh no, you're speed dating. You're trying to win over Grid, maybe Clover Tack.
Yeah, I was actually trying to win over Cat, but it was a little late for that.
You gotta have some girthy firearms to win over Clover Tack, though.
He's not gonna win over me because he looks scary. I don't know if he's about to do a magic trick or put a hex on us all. Like he looks like he's a necromancer or something.
Why not both, though?
I mean, it's cool. It's cool, but at the same time, it's freaking me the fuck out. So just saying. Well done, girl, man.
You do. Wait, now you got a red tie on too. You do look somewhat like a professional magician right now. That's a good look.
Well, all right. So nothing in my hands, right?
Uh-oh.
Are you going to disappear?
No, just playing. All right, so
I can make you disappear.
That's the extent of the magic tricks that I know. There you go. That's it. Yeah. No.
It's magic.
I'll show you some magic tricks in the courtroom. Yeah.
Are you a lawyer?
Well, not officially. I've done some lawyering for my friends and for my lawyers. We'll just put it that way.
So you're not
Are you a sovereign citizen?
Well, actually, no. I got my degree. I got my bachelor's in law, and I applied for law school like 2 months ago. So,
okay.
If I
working
get
on that, okay.
Yeah.
I got you.
No, that's cool.
Well, at least you're not one of those weird sovereign citizens guys that rolls around the country claiming that they're traveling.
Dude, I want to back those guys up so much. It's like, but the cringe level is like.
But they're imbeciles. You can't back up, imbeciles, Grumple.
No, but I want to. I want that to be a thing so much.
I want them to be
that's
right.
not going to work.
The
I
thing
really
is,
want
like,
them to be right, but it's not going to work.
If they were really just like if they were really just like going after a cop that was really moving out of bounds in some way, then I'd kind of have some understanding for what they're doing. But the fact that they're just harassing police in order to create this content and get these suits and all that, it's like, man, come on, grow up, stop being a fucking.
Okay, but yeah, I would say that they would argue the opposite. They would say that they're just not breaking any literal laws other than these, not having a permit. But other than that, if they had the permit, they're following the, speed limits. They're not hurting anybody. All this, right?
No, you realize, Steelman, you're literally saying what I just said that kids do, right? Where kids will be like, "Oh, I'm not crossing the line. I'm not crossing the line.
Yeah,
Look at me, I'm not crossing the line.
I'm not touching you.
I'm still manning their position. You guys are like the people who say, well, Rosa Parks should have sat on the back of the bus because that was the law at the time and no one should challenge that.
What?
That's not what I said at all.
Hang on. So there's
Rosa
one
Parks
guy.
a sovereign citizen? Was Rosa Parks a sovereign citizen in your eyes?
No, she was a communist. That's totally different. And she was just aggravating for the NAACP. I mean, she was doing activism, right? And it was the government. It was the government bus that was causing problems, right? It wasn't the private sector.
Steelman, I'm not asking you, buddy.
Have you all seen the pictures of Rosa Parks? Have you all seen the pictures of her face, like actually plastered on the back of a bus? Because then it's like the meme right themselves.
In the bus.
Like, do you know who Bill Clinton's first girlfriend was?
Not Hillary.
I mean, it has nothing to do with what we were talking about. So I don't know, dude. I'm not a Rosa Parks expert. I don't know what she was. I don't really care. I was talking about something else.
Well, you're obviously not an expert in law or in sovereign citizenry either. So why the fuck are you talking about that?
Oh, spicy. Man, there's one guy I've seen ever that actually he like cites it's for specifically in Michigan where he cites these like cases that sounds like, hey, yeah, you're gonna get this to the Supreme Court. I don't know how it resolved. I have saved some.
I know what you're talking about. He has like the rattlesnake fucking license plate. He says he won the lawsuit against them and all that shit.
I don't know what rattlesnake lawsuit.
TTS coming through, guys. Give it one second.
Agrolepolis donated
Hang on, I'll see if I can find him.
Super chat. And the Steelman is still way behind.
The Steelman is still way behind. I think it's
$10 from Agrolepolis.
It's already ready.
Is way behind.
It's already ready.
Oh, right. It actually does TTS on the.
Yeah. Oh, $10 and up. $10.
I forgot.
Steelman, do you believe that you can do things that are lawful and yet still harmful or detrimental to support structures for the United States?
Well, I suppose if they're lawful, then you can say that people probably do that all the time. Isn't that what politicians are accused of doing all the time?
Well, right. What I'm specifically asking you though is, do you think you can do something that is lawful and yet still detrimental?
Like insider trading from politicians?
Yeah, it happens all the fucking time, man.
Right. And see, I wasn't speaking to sovereign citizenship. I wasn't speaking to any of that crap. What I was speaking to was what they're doing isn't necessarily against the law, but it's the same crap that kids do where they approach the line and they tap dance on it and they're like, I'm not crossing it. I'm not, you know what I mean?
Okay, let me clarify.
To get that attention and to get that.
You got me on that one. No, you got me. I misanswered that. I misanswered your question because you're right. So what I thought you meant was, can people do things that are legal and they're not detrimental?
I realize that. That's why I clarified for you. I realized you misunderstood.
Right. So, and that is the difference between legal and lawful. So something that unlawful can still be legal, but it's always going to be unlawful, right? So that's what we're talking about. So you can't do something lawful and still have it be an injured party.
Right. However, you can do things that are detrimental that are lawful or legal. They can be detrimental to somebody without there being an illegality or a criminal activity, which would be like if the guys are running around making the cops nervous when the cops are doing their job. I mean, that can be detrimental. Now, I'm not saying that there's anything wrong with what they're doing legally, but morally, they need to leave the cops alone and let them do their job. I mean, if a cop is doing something wrong, then approach them and take a video of it, do that kind of thing. But if you're just creating these circumstances to bait cops into like screwing themselves over some way or so. I mean, you know, it's just it's cringe,
Okay,
man.
now I'm happy to move to this next goalpost with you. You've moved from the sovereign citizen movement.
No, I haven't moved anywhere. I've actually been in the same spot.
Give me a second. I actually agree with you, Cleaner, a lot. And I've had the, you know, I understand how this works, but I have the same idea about, you know, these guys that bait cops and other officials and all of that, but I don't know that they're necessarily the sovereign citizens, right? Like those are more the auditors, right?
Well, that's why I was saying he moved the goalpost from the sovereign citizens to the auditors, which I'm happy to do.
Hold on, let me finish. Let me finish. The thing about the sovereign citizens that I'm with Grumple on this. I would love to back them.
I really want to so much, but I can't.
They're real, like the things that they think they know is so out of context. It's borderline insanity. So that's why I've never been able to find a sovereign citizen standpoint that I could really agree with. You know what I mean? So,
well, Cleaner use the word.
Just a second, Steelman. Also, I think you said that. I'm disagreeing with what you said. I think it was you. So just because something is legal doesn't mean there can be an injured party. Yeah, 100% there can. That's what civil court is for.
Mm-hmm.
Because if it was illegal, that would be criminal court.
Yeah.
Well, that's a civil disobedience type thing, but you know,
or a disagreement between two people. Like there can still be an injured party, but that doesn't mean it was illegal.
But Cleaner used the word detrimental more than once, right? He said detrimental, and it's like what a lot of these guys are doing. I don't see it necessarily as detrimental. I mean, is it an inconvenience? Sure.
Well, it is detrimental, Clovertack, because they believe in things that aren't true about the nature of how government works, and they have a distorted view of like the definition of the word corporation and like basic things that make them where they're not functional members of society because they can't actually engage with the process like normal people should be able to.
I don't even know about all of that. I don't get into their ethos and methodology and theorem. I've seen a number of their videos where they will bait cops into things, and it's like, man, it's cringe. You know, we all know that some police officers do things that are shitty, you know, and they'll get found out by IA or other cops. They'll get reported by or whatever, you know. But the way that they're going about things is creating scenarios and situations that can cause detrimental actions to happen. And there have been a couple of those that have actually caused detrimental outcomes.
Yeah, for sure.
You know, I just think it's adding more bullshit where we don't even need to bother with it because there's things that are already in the system. What we need to focus on instead of doing that is fixing the system itself so that whenever one of those bad cops gets pointed out by another cop, that cop's protected and doesn't have to worry about whether or not he's going to have to face some kind of consequences, you know, things like that. That way the system can actually get fixed.
Well, but when you're talking about the good cop, bad cop, there's also this brotherhood element there too that, you know, that's more of a sociological issue.
Right.
Than anything else. And so I don't know how you address that part of things, but having some safeguards in, some protections in for like a whistleblower type situation, I can see that is potentially helping with that. I'm not arguing against that point.
Yeah. Cleaner, just clarification. When you're saying baiting, are you talking about like going up to cops and like just fucking with them and like, I'm not touching you? Or during the time when like somebody gets pulled over and it's questionable and like, hey, what's your reasonable articulable suspicion of why you pulled me over, of why you're going to do this stuff next? Or is that what you're talking about? Or the ones where they're like walking up and doing like active auditor, like beyond auditor behavior?
Well, a number of the ones that I've watched are where there's a police officer that's trying to deal with a perp who's doing something. They got called out for like some kind of disorderly conduct or something like that, and they're actually just trying to get everybody to go away peacefully but because there's this auditor that's there recording everything they're doing, they can't just let it go peacefully because this person that's doing something is being more agitated, and the cop is more agitated because there's somebody over his left shoulder recording him and like 3 feet behind him, making him nervous. So he doesn't know what's going on. You see what I'm saying?
Well,
like
okay,
I've never seen anyone that close. The ones that I've seen of that specific thing, they're like
I've seen
okay,
someone
no, I'm not anywhere near you, but
15 feet, but I've seen a couple of them where they're like 3 or 4 feet behind the cop, and the cop is like, "Whoa, hey, back up!" You know, like they're getting ready to grab their gun, and they're like, back up!" You know, and the auditor's like, "Oh, I have a legal right to be here," and they're like, "Not that close, you don't."
Yeah, 21 feet is the lethal force kind of rule. You want to keep that kind of a buffer between anybody that might shoot you, because that's the legal defense of generally 21 feet.
Yeah, but you have to have like
also probably a smart thing too.
Yeah, but
yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, Clover, do you agree on this one?
Hold on a sec. Though. As a cop, you can't just be like, "There's a bubble around me where if you're within 21 feet, I consider you a deadly threat." That's not how this society is built. You know, if we want to make it that way, then the legislators can pass that. But as far as it is right now, that's not the 100%. Case. So let's not pretend it is.
100% correct. Okay. However, that's the smart thing to do.
And in the essence of good faith here, though, Steelman, you would understand why if there was like a guy like 3 feet behind a cop or 5 feet behind a cop recording him and over his shoulder, and the cop just noticed him, the cop would be a little nervous and a little more agitated, right?
Yeah. You also understand, I have seen footage of police planting substances, even
I'm not talking about that though.
But what I'm saying is, I can also see reasons why, what I'm saying is there's also reasons why people would want to be close in filming police.
Well, isn't it true?
I get that, but there's a way to be
close too,
and in front of the cop, so he knows you're there, so you're not agitating him or making him nervous.
Exactly. If you can articulate your reasoning for being there.
So what I asked you was, do you understand why a cop will be nervous if there's someone over his blind spot 3 feet behind him?
Yes, I do.
You know? I mean,
I do understand that.
Anybody would be nervous about that. You know, it's fair.
So what I
like, that's the thing that I'm talking about right here, is where they're approaching police officers, and police officers aren't expecting them, seeing them, or anything like that, and then just notice them out of the corner of their eye, and they're like, "Oh shit, what is this?" You know, and they have an agitating factor now that has made the situation more hostile because that person came in.
Yeah, and so Steelman, empathize with the police officer for a second. So just think about the fact that they're in a high stress situation, right? And they don't know who they're interacting with. They don't know
what they're trained for. Yes, okay.
Yeah, they don't know if the person they're trained for it, right? And they're trained to be nervous about what's going on around them.
Not to be nervous. To be nervous about it.
Okay, to be aware of the fact that the people that they're possibly dealing with might have people on their side that are going to come and defend them in some way and cause, incidents to occur that didn't necessarily need to happen, right? And also, yeah.
But Anson, the thing about that just 100%, an officer of the law can't just associate somebody with somebody else without probable cause.
Well, yeah,
and that's part of what they have to do, is like, can I link you to this person and now deal with you with that person?
Well, if you're walking up on a bystander, if you're walking up on a police officer who's initiating an arrest, then that person is associating themselves with that arrest that's occurring.
Well, and see, I think there's something else.
Well, hold on a second.
I'm actually going a step deeper with this. I'm not even saying think about the cop, right? I understand the cop is going to get nervous, and I'm saying the cop is going to get nervous, going to be agitated then because there's somebody doing something. But what I actually said was, all right, he's showing up to a disturbance. He wants to just peacefully get people to walk away. But this auditor came up to him over his shoulder, made him nervous and agitated. Now he's arresting the young lady and taking her to jail. Whereas she could have just walked off. People don't have to let her walk off because she wasn't really doing anything wrong or harmful.
You literally just made the case, though. You literally just made the case.
People don't have to walk off because the cops want. I'm sorry. People don't have to walk away because the cop wants you to.
Cops are trained to try and de-escalate things and handle things at the lowest level possible and not use the court if they don't have to.
Right. So when someone's sitting there peacefully recording, invoking a First Amendment constitutionally protected right, why is the cop going to escalate this to an arrest?
That's fine. I'm not talking about that guy is escalating it because there's somebody recording. I'm saying he got agitated because of what this guy is doing, and now the way that he's handling the suspect is different. right?
He needs
And
better
this
training,
is
right?
normal human behavior. No,
sounds
no,
like
no. There's
better
no
training.
normal training there. All right. There's no normal
Better
training.
training.
When
If
an
he's getting agitated because
when an
somebody's exercising a
adjutant-
constitutionally protected
when an-
activity,
Well,
he needs
hold
better
on.
training.
You're
That
actually
sounds like better
showing
job.
right
Hold on.
now that people get agitated and go a little above and beyond because
I'm
you
not a
start
trained
raising your voice
professional, and I'm
there.
not getting paid to do this. If I was
Oh,
trained,
are you
I could
not?
handle people
Are you
like
not
this.
a trained professional? Are you not? You're not?
Okay.
You're
Right.
really not?
I'm not a trained
Who
professional,
is?
and I did not get paid to do this.
Who is?
Now, if
Let
I
me get a
was, I would
word
be
in
handling
edgewise
you
here,
according to
because
what my boss said.
I think to some degree you guys are talking past each other, right? So, and I'm not going to differentiate between sovereign citizens or auditors, because I don't think in what you guys are talking about there's any difference here. So
There's a big
with
difference. There's a
the-
big difference because auditors
have-
uphold the Constitution.
there is,
Sovereign
yeah.
citizens
Well,
do not.
hold on,
Yeah.
hold on, calm down. It's okay.
Mhm.
So here's the thing. It doesn't. So I see both sides of this. If I were, I'm going to tell you right now, if I was a cop and I turned around during an arrest and you're within arm's reach of me, I'm going to confront you and I'm going to question who you are. I'm going to want to know. And if you do not just say, "Hey, I'm just looking here. I'm just here recording. I'm not doing anything." You need to justify your existence.
Oh yeah. What
in that
crime do you
moment.
suspect is being committed?
Well, hang
But
on. Well,
I'm
that's
going to be
what he
honest
said.
with you. I'm going to be honest with
Yeah,
you.
that's what he said.
If you go before a judge and that cop says, "Your Honor, this person was behind me with an object. I could not see them out of the corner of my eye. I perceived that as a threat. I turned around. It was actually a cell phone, but I was in the middle of an arrest, and this was I felt threatened as an officer of the law. I could not tell what that was. I'm lucky I didn't shoot that person."
Okay, but now you're adding to the
You're
scenario. I'm saying if you see it's a phone and you say, "What are you doing?"
The judge is not going to do anything to that officer of the law.
What's your probable cause for an arrest? What's your reasonable
It's
articulable
not. He
suspicion?
doesn't. It's probable. He's not making an arrest. You keep escalating, but that's not what he's doing.
No, you said I'm going to turn around, and if you don't answer my
detained.
questions, you said if you don't answer my questions,
Yeah,
I'm
you're going to
arrest
need
you.
to. You're going to need to be
And
able to articulate why you're near
right.
me.
And I would say, no, you're going to need to articulate what crime you suspect I'm committing.
And this is why people get guns drawn on them.
And see,
And
Grid,
this is why cops get civil rights lawsuits against them.
But
Grid,
you don't have a civil look as a private.
Yes, I do. If you're going to detain me,
hold on.
you have to have
He's
reasonable
not
suspicion of a
detaining
crime.
You,
Then I'm free to
keep
leave. I don't have to
escalating
answer your questions.
without it being in essence. He's not detaining you if he says, "Hey, what are you
No.
doing here?"
If he says you don't answer
And
my
if you
questions
can't-
and I'm
and if
arresting
you
you,
say-
that's
if
de
hold
facto
on,
detention.
Stop. You keep going beyond drawing a conclusion that isn't there yet.
Yep.
If you turn
didn't
around,
you
if I
say-
turn around as an officer of the law and you're standing behind me while I'm making an arrest, I can't charge you with obstruction of justice.
Sure, you could probably charge them with that, and, they would
that
probably
would,
beat up.
that
But you
would-
said
would
I would
that-
question
would-
them.
Hold on. Would that or
You're
would that
you're
not
adding to
be? Would that or would that not be fall under a RAS? My reasonable articulable suspense.
Oh, yeah, they would beat it in court, and you could probably they'd probably
hold
get
on. Hold on. If I said I don't know who this person is, and they're within arm's reach of me while I'm effecting an arrest, I don't know, and this person refused to identify themselves, so I place them under arrest for obstruction of justice because they
Qualified
impeded
immunity
my arrest.
intensifies.
And you know what's going to happen is the judge is going to look at that and say 30 days.
You know, I actually have a case like this. No, this just came up. It's Jose de Castro. 2014. Delete Laws just did this same thing, and it's on video. He recorded the police. He got a mean judge, like you were saying, who said, "All right," because the cop he was recording he was. Let me tell you the story. Here's how I know it was a mean judge. Let me tell you the whole story.
Could have been a mean judge.
No,
Wait, can I interrupt really quick?
He won it on appeal. He won it on appeal.
Yes, you can, Kissy Cat. Yes, you
Sorry, guys. I have to go. I just wanted to say thanks for having me up, and
I really
I'll be
appreciate you
listening.
coming up and feminizing the entire panel and
All right,
turning
y'all.
them all
Sorry
into
to
simps.
ignore you, Kat.
Thank you so
It's
much.
okay. Y'all have a good night, and I'll be listening in the chat. Bye.
You have a great
All right,
weekend,
vote for
Kissy
me.
Cat.
Bye, Kissy Kid.
Text me.
So this is kind of why I believe that lawyers and lawfare has gotten a little out of hand, because every time that Grid approaches making a claim, it gets exacerbated way past where it needs to be by Steelman. So,
Well,
and that
how
was the
so?
same thing that was going on with me, right?
Yeah,
He's
yeah.
not
So I mean,
hearing
we
everything
have to
that
be
I'm
careful
saying.
here. I
He's
watch a lot of
following
these auditing.
entailments way deeper than what I was even talking about.
Cleaner. They're not doing apples to apples. Is
Yeah.
Right.
The two
I watch a
conversations.
lot of
And that's
these
a
auditors.
typical lawyer
right?
thing.
No, I'm following the
I-
conversation. Tell me where I'm wrong. Tell me, please. I'm not trying
Well,
to.
you're absolutely
hold
wrong.
on. Calm down.
I
Calm down.
wasn't speaking to any of the stuff you were originally, Steelman. I was talking about what was going on with the person that is the supposed offender in the crime. And what you kept doing when you were interrupting me was not hearing the full claim and jumping to a conclusion that had nothing to do with what I was actually saying. And so I had to keep reiterating what I was saying until you got to the point where you understood what it was that I was talking about. I had to walk you there, and a couple of times I got to make my full statement, and so you heard some of me walking you to where I was going to with the claim, with what I was talking about. What I was actually speaking to was the person who is the perpetrator. Cops are supposed to try and de-escalate things as much as possible. If someone's not committing a crime, but they're there, I don't know, creating a scene for some reason, whatever, and the cop's like, hey, look, I get you had a problem. Just for now, go your own way, cool off, and somebody approaches them from behind and agitates them, they may handle that situation differently. That person may just go to jail. Whereas they could have just walked away and the criminal court system wouldn't be bogged down with all the bullshit. But because an agitator was there 3 feet behind the cop and he felt nervous and it created a problem for him, and that's a normal human reaction, by the way, to be agitated when someone approaches you from behind and you don't expect them, right? I don't
Hey,
think
we've
anybody
got
would say it's not.
powdered Dusty here.
Damn it, I just came up here to see Oxycat and she's gone. I'm out.
All right, fuck off then.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, you get what I'm speaking to, Steelman? You understand?
Should have brought crayons.
You can't see her. All you can do is hear her.
Well, she had her picture on the profile picture.
Yeah.
Well, first,
that one.
Yeah, Cleaner. I thought that I heard you the first time. And Dusty, good to see you, man. Hopefully, you stick around.
You too.
I mean, Steelman, I get where you're coming from because what you're doing is the same thing that all the First Amendment auditors, talk about as well. I don't have to identify. In some states, you do. The thing about this is, in some states, you don't. There are there are states with stop and identify laws.
In Texas, you do.
Yeah,
let me clarify that for you.
Stop and identify laws.
See, this is actually one thing that I've learned that most people don't know, and you guys are all privy to this information. These stop and ID states, the way around them, they were established by the Heibel versus Nevada case, where Heibel was stopped and he invoked his Fourth Amendment right against unreasonable searches and seizures to not ID.
Get to the point.
They went up to the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court said you could ID if you're invoking your Fourth Amendment right, but the Supreme Court said if you were to invoke your Fifth Amendment right against self-incrimination, then you wouldn't have to ID. So if even in a stop and ID state, if you invoke your Fifth Amendment right against self-incrimination, you're not required to ID according to the Supreme Court.
There we go. That's some good shit.
Well, the Fourth Amendment is not your
then you're going to
papers
get arrested because you're basically admitting that if you say something, you might incriminate yourself, and so now
invoking the Fifth is not
now they're going to investigate you. Now they're really going to be.
Well, you got
to. I want to wait, Steelman. Just it felt like there was a jump there that I missed the jump, so I'm on a lower level now. So the Fourth Amendment is your papers, your objects that unreasonable. And the Fifth Amendment
unreasonable
is
searches. They didn't have a warrant type shit.
You can't. You don't have to be compelled to say anything or incriminate yourself or anything like that. So how does it go from your?
So self-incrimination is Fifth.
Well, that's we agree on
Not
that.
Fourth.
It's 100%. So the Fourth Amendment is handing your ID. That's an object. Handing the object to.
Exactly, and that's
Leo.
where Heibel challenged it, and that's what the Supreme Court made their decision on. And they said he failed because he challenged it on the Fourth Amendment. Had he challenged it on the Fifth Amendment and specified against self-incrimination, particularly,
you're still actually wrong though, because your original claim of the stop and ID law based upon that one isn't right for every state. For instance, Texas's Texas's case that actually made the law was Terry versus Ohio in 1968. So it's
no,
a different.
Terry versus Ohio is not about no. Terry versus Ohio is not about
It is.
IDing, sir. Let me clarify. To stop you where you're at.
He
Terry
hit you with the sirs.
But Terry versus Ohio
Sure.
created reasonable suspicion for detention, not reasonable articulable, but reasonable suspicion for detention, and the pat down frisk if they suspect that you're armed and dangerous. That's what Terry established. Then from there, Heibel was detained under Terry, and Heibel was detained in order to ID. And that's what he challenged. He said, I don't have to ID. That's a violation of my fourth. They said, no, you lose because you didn't challenge it under your fifth. And that's when they created the stop and ID stage.
But that doesn't mean that if he had used the fifth,
no, the Supreme Court literally specified in the last paragraph of Heibel, the Supreme Court literally said if he had invoked the Fifth Amendment and specified that giving his ID could potentially furnish a link to criminal activity.
Look,
that's all. Then he wouldn't have to furnish his ID.
Stop.
But it's the Fourth Amendment that covers it.
Yeah,
that's all garbage until it's played out in court. If you refuse to identify in a stop and ID state and you try and plead the fifth, they're going to arrest you for obstruction, and they're going to probably win because you are in a stop and ID state.
So here's what happens then.
Steelman, do you have a lag, or do you not know when it's your turn to talk?
Steelman, I know what the fuck he's already made his point. I get what he's going to say.
You're actually still wrong, because the court case that they referenced in Heibel versus Nevada was Terry versus Ohio.
What are you talking about? No, the court. No, they did. Like I said,
they did. They referenced that.
Listen, Terry never ID'd. Terry never even gave any documents. What are you talking about? Terry was detained and pat down, and that's what established the detention for reasonable suspicion and a pat down. If you have reasonable suspicion of a weapon,
reasonable suspicion, you anyway.
And Heibel versus Nevada, when they went to court, they did reference.
Because that's how. Like I said, because you have to reference Terry and Heibel because.
Bro, why do you keep talking in the fucking middle of people?
Because he made his point.
I already know what you're gonna say. You're gonna say some stupid shit. See how annoying it is?
I can let him make his point. I'm reiterating what he's saying.
You're gonna say some stupid.
Then fucking say what I'm gonna say.
No, because it's always stupid. I already know it's stupid. That's why I don't want to hear it. I'll talk over you.
I'm telling him. He's saying.
No, you're not. You're saying stupid shit.
I'm gonna stop. Pause. And I hate saying fucking pause. Make me remind me of my buddy Fabian Liberty. But which I really like Fabian a lot.
He's a buddy.
He's anyway. So here's the thing, man. The stop and ID laws, if they did violate the fifth, they would have been challenged and removed from the books, and they haven't been.
Nobody's challenging it under the fifth.
Jesus fucking Christ.
Because it won't work.
Yeah, it will work. Read it, Heibel, right there. It says it.
I encourage you to be the
Read
test
the last
case.
paragraph.
I'm not going to be the test case. You're welcome to go be the test case.
Yeah, so wait, Grid, you get it? Like, that's why the NFA is still in the books, is because nobody wants to be the one to test it.
Aren't we?
Even though it could get shot down easy, but that there's too, like, the risk is so high.
Read the very last paragraph of Heibel versus Nevada, and it literally says, the Supreme Court says it right there. It's right in the last paragraph. They say challenge under the fifth.
Look, here's the key word in that. Potentially furnish a link to criminal activity. You're invoking the Fifth Amendment against criminal. But right, you have to go to court first. Ask the criminal at the bottom if he would ever try to use the fifth to get out of
no. So here's how you get it. Here's how you do it.
Well, yeah,
I
would.
Can I on staff to answer these questions?
Grid. Here's why it's so easy. The cop wouldn't be asking you for your name unless he suspected that you were involved in criminal activity. And so you ask him, do you suspect me of a crime?
That's not true at all.
And if he doesn't suspect you of a crime, then he doesn't have RAS, then you don't have to give him your ID either. So either way you win.
So let me just say I'm gonna exit. I gotta go, Grid. Yeah, you have a good night. And Steel Man, you gotta stop talking over everybody. You're freaking obnoxious, dude.
Have a good one.
Scott, you have a great night, brother man. It's been a minute. Oh, wait, that wasn't Fabian Liberty Scott, was it?
No.
That was Anson doing his...
It was a ruse. It was Anson. Oh,
gotcha.
Gotcha. Got me.
Hold on. The guy in the middle is Steelman from chat?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yes. Oh, hey, Steelman. How's it going? It's 10th Man.
What's up, sweetie?
Yeah, I'm actually gonna cut the show short here in a few minutes too, because I'm actually
because
long.
you just called him sweetie, huh?
That was weird.
It got too gay in here.
Anyway, look, Steelman, the anytime a finding says if or potentially, that's not a fine. That's just commentary. That has no legal bearing.
Dude, if you pull, you can pull it up and show it. I'll pull it for the screen right now and show you. Read the last paragraph of Bible versus Nevada.
And you just read it, and it says if and potentially. Both of those things.
Oh, you just read it?
Codified.
Great. Please show us the chat, and we can end this little dispute that we have between
But
us.
that's what I'm just repeating back to what it says. Does it say?
Go ahead and read us the whole thing. Go ahead, read us the whole thing. It's one paragraph.
I'm asking you, did it say if and potentially? Did it use those?
I don't have it in front of me, but do you have it in front of you?
No. Why do I? I'm not the one making the claim, dude.
I did just a second ago. And what you're actually doing, Steelman, is you're misunderstanding causative and correlative. Okay, what it is correlative, and yes, there may be a minor percentage or a major percentage. It's an unknown percentage that would be a propensity for a crime to be committed. However, because it is not a causative that directly commits a crime, they cannot do said action, right? But you're wrong in this because it's not a causative.
Look, the question is, do they have RAS to ID you?
No, they don't. In a stop and ID state, they do not need RAS.
No, in a stop and ID state, they need RAS.
Go to tech. No. If you live in Texas,
no, they don't.
In Texas,
that's what a stop and ID state is.
Yeah,
no, it's not.
No.
Yes, it is. You guys are totally wrong about all of this. Just look this up real quick before you comment on this. In a stop and ID state, they're required to have RAS. In every other state, they can't even do it with RAS.
No, they're not.
You have it backwards, sir.
Yep.
In every other state, they have to have RAS to ask. Well, they can ask for your ID, but
a cop can't just get somebody's ID without RAS.
To detain you if you do not give your ID, they have to have RAS. If you in a stop and ID state, if they stop and they say, "Hey, I want to see your ID. I need to verify who you are."
They have to have reasonable
give them your ID.
They do not
give them your ID.
Police cannot just stop and force people to ID.
Yes, they can. In Texas, they can. I'm telling you right now, they can.
Why are you assigning homework to people? You look it up, motherfucker.
Because you're the only fucking one that's against me.
You're the one that's trying to get a law degree. Learn about it, bro.
I already know this shit. You guys just don't listen. I'm fucking appealing to the dumb mass right now.
I am looking it up right now. I will not share what I find just because you're so annoying.
You are. I know you're wrong.
Guys, I'm re-triggering this TTS that Kissy Cat sent in. So you guys be quiet.
Oxcatsu donated $50. Great debate, y'all. Have a terrific night.
Hey, guys.
Oh, hello.
Okay. All right. So the Kissy Cat, it does work. It does not show like the YouTube super chats do in the YouTube, but that's fine. It worked perfect. Good night. I hope you have a good evening at work. Back to the subject. Look, I'm just here to tell you, man. I would not if I'm in a stop and ID state, which I think there's only like 4 or 5 left. I think it's just like Texas and maybe Nevada and some other fucking states. I don't know. I think most states now are no longer stop and ID.
Okay, actually, let me tell you how I know about this, because I had this very thing happen to me, and I was in a stop and ID state. I was in Florida, stop and ID state. The cop was thinking like you guys were.
Yeah, the Florida law is different from Texas. It is.
No, look it up then and see if Florida's a stop and ID state.
All right, here's the list of stop and ID states. Those states include Alabama, Delaware, Florida, Illinois, Kansas, Maine, Missouri. I was wrong. There's a lot of them. Montana, Nebraska, New Hampshire, Nevada, New York, North Dakota, Rhode Island, Utah, and Wisconsin.
Okay, so you've all just I'll look at this up if you need to later or whatever. I see you're all against me on this, but it's a fact. So, and I was in Florida. They stopped me.
All states' laws are not exactly the same either.
No, what I'm saying is, in any state, I don't care where it's at, if they don't have reasonable articulable suspicion, they cannot require you to have an ID or show ID. No. Even in a stop and I'm telling you, you're wrong. This is where this is the point of the contention. Obviously,
And I'm telling you, you're not wrong. I don't know about every state. I only know about Texas, but I can tell you.
I'm saying every state. I'm saying it's a federal thing. It's a federal thing. It's a federally protected right. You do not have to show ID unless they have reasonable articulable suspicion, and that was declared under Hybel. So you have to challenge it under the Fifth Amendment. Otherwise, you have to have ID in a stop and ID state. Florida is a perfect example. I was stopped in Florida by a sergeant who tried to force me to ID. I told him.
No.
Yeah, I told him to say no, not in a car. I wasn't driving or traveling or anything like that. This wasn't a traffic stop. This is what you guys are saying. Cop just wanted to stop somebody for asking for their ID. They did that to me. I explained to them what I'm explaining to you. They fucking said the same thing you guys are saying. They arrested me, and then the prosecutor dropped the charges. The civil rights lawyer YouTube channel with over 1 million subscribers picked up this my body cam footage. It broke it down and explained exactly how the fucking cops got all this fucking wrong. How I had a perfectly good civil rights lawsuit on my hands. The fucking police station had to shut down their full fucking Facebook comments and everything. We talked to the.
Did you win?
Fucking, so I was out of statute of limitations by the time I got it to them. It was like a couple years later by the time I got the body cam, because I didn't know about all this body cam footage and suing cops and shit. But at the time that this happened, this was in like 2017. But I'm telling you, firsthand experience, exact case that we're talking about, same shit, dude. The cops were wrong. You guys are fucking wrong. In a stop and ID state, they have to have reasonable articulable suspicion.
Right. Were you driving a vehicle?
No.
No, he said he wasn't driving.
Could they not make that up? Could they not come up with something?
Yeah, they can try and make something up, but
they should have post facto or whatever. But at the time, I had actually dispelled any type of reasonable suspicion, and they still continue. At that time, they even had my ID in their hand, and it said you have to say your name or we're going to arrest you and all that shit. I mean, just like you guys are saying, you just have to fucking do what the cops say. No, they can't.
No, I didn't say
it. There was a reason. So they were. There was a reason. But there was a reason they asked you to identify. Correct.
Well,
they didn't just walk up randomly and go.
No, okay.
You walk down the street and go, "Hey, give us your ID." Like there was a reason.
They had not what was mounted to reasonable articulable suspicion. They had an anonymous phone call of suspicion of underage women, and when they got to the scene, they immediately aged and identified the women there that were well over age, dispelled their suspicions, still continued to harass me without any reasonable articulable suspicion of any crime. They were in their 30s, but they were short, you know.
Man, if I had a nickel, right? I mean,
so
I think when it comes to these auditors, right? And let's be real. You're not going to get, blown up TikTok, YouTube channel, anything else unless you just take it, 9 yards past the, whatever. But I think that goalpost, whatever. But if there's, I think there's a right way and a wrong way to do everything. And I don't think it even really gets to that point. If you're back there, if you're visible, you're not behind somebody, you're not obscure in the peripheral, in the shadows, in the dark. If you're filming, you're there, you're not moving around, you're not being creepy, and you're not yelling obscenities and hollering that at the cop or at the suspected person or whatever else, or causing any type of a hindrance, right, to that particular situation, the arrest, the investigation, what's going on. Like, I don't even see that as being a problem. I think that you have to be a bad actor in the auditing space in order for it to even be
So here's the problem with the auditors. The problem with the auditors is that they think that by holding a camera, that all of a sudden nothing can amount to RAS. That they can sit there and hold a camera in front of a bank and not say anything, and they can wear a mask or wear all that shit.
Literally that was your claim that started this whole thing, was that if you have a camera and you're recording someone getting arrested and the cop turns around, that he couldn't do anything about it. And that is wrong, because again,
that wasn't my direct claim. Your claim was, if a cop turns around and says, "What are you doing?" you have to tell them what.
No, I never said that.
Yes, and then you started changing your claim to, if I'm the cop, I just might arrest them without even asking them.
I didn't say that.
Yes, your story of this cop arresting somebody was
I specifically said, because it had gone on for quite a while, that
I believe Cleaner might have said that if you come up behind a cop while he's arresting somebody in the distance of under 21 feet, which is what they consider the threat zone, or most police officers, most police offices.
I said
agents.
I brought up 21 feet because that's where lethal force, like you can shoot somebody if they got a knife. If they just have a knife, you can just shoot
I said
them,
3 to
and
5
you're good to
feet
go.
for a very specific reason. Because if you are within 3 to 5 feet behind a police officer, you can't actually be arrested for nefarious
So
actions.
what I actually said was, if you were filming an officer, and that officer sees something out of the corner of his eye, and he takes your camera or your phone or whatever you better hope that the cop isn't, has nerves of steel, because you're likely to get shot.
So wait, you said if the cop sees something out of the corner of his eye
while he's arresting someone else,
then you're likely to get shot. So if a cop sees me out of the corner of his eye while he's arresting somebody, I might get shot. So when cops are arresting people,
finish the fucking sentence.
Oh, you weren't finished? Great, because I would love to hear the end of that.
No, you need to finish the sentence. What did I specifically say?
Well, then you said if the cop sees you out of the corner of his eye,
if you have something in your hand and you are behind an officer of the law and he sees you out of the corner of his eye and you don't get shot, it's a fucking miracle.
Well, here's the rub, right? So what if, let's take the whole you get shot out of this, right? What if you are, again, you're being a nuisance, you're being a hindrance, whether that's being belligerent verbally or physically, or you're moving around, or you're in a weird spot, you're in a blind spot, whatever the case may be, and you're doing this auditing shit, right? And there's a suspected person, a perp, or whatever, and there's that law enforcement officer. And that's a dangerous individual that he's dealing with. And then he shifts his attention to you because you're being shifty or whatever the fuck's going on, and that dangerous person pulls gat and starts firing rounds, then you've just entered yourself into a firefight. And that's problematic.
So are you saying that people aren't allowed to now stand around at all and record police?
That's not exactly what I've said. I'm advocating that there's a right way. I think there's a right way and a wrong way to do it. And I think if these auditors are doing it in a way that is hindering the job of the law enforcement officer, right? So if the law enforcement officer does see you, right, you've got your camera out or your phone and you're visible to him, he knows you're there, and he says, "What are you doing?" Instead of hollering Fifth Amendment right, fuck you, you pig, whatever the hell, say, "Sir, I'm just auditing. I'm going to stay out of your way and let you do your job." Then you shut your mouth and you can.
Oh, I love how sweet you are. You're not a sovereign citizen. You're a sweet little citizen. Thank you, sir, for your service, by the way.
Hold on. So you believe that you should use hostile words towards a police officer?
No, I believe that you should only use.
No, that's what you just did.
You should only use.
What you just did with the language you used, it's called loaded language. You use that kind of attack towards someone, just like you have been throughout this entire argumentation so far. You've been using loaded language to try and steelman your position, Mr. Steelman, and yet you're not hearing what other people are actually saying.
Because
you're conflating their words into other things that they're not saying, and not speaking to what anyone is actually saying. I've caught you in that 3 times myself and walked you right back to what I was talking about, and yet you still keep doing it to everyone else.
Okay, I'll try to be nice about it and say, no, you only use invoking words when you talk to police. So you say, I invoke my First Amendment right to press, and now I invoke my Fifth Amendment right to remain silent.
Why even do that? If you can say it in a nice way,
because case law specifically states that that's how you actually... You have to invoke your rights for them to be observed. That's well known.
And you know what? Maybe after you say, "Look, officer, I'm just recording what's going on. I'll stay back here out of your way. I'm not going to cause a problem."
Officer, I'm just recording what's going on. Okay, he's not even officer.
Hold on there, Mr. Conflation. Okay, hold on. All right, you need to change your name from Steelman to Conflation and Strawman, because that's what you're really good at. So if you're watching a cop and you start recording and he says, "Hey, what are you doing? Back up." And you're like, "Officer, I'm just recording. I'll back up over here. I won't get in your way. I just want to record what's going on."
You're not just recording.
And he doesn't. Hold on. See, you keep doing this bullshit where you're interrupting.
You're wasting everyone's time with this language.
Point.
One at a time, dude.
It's real easy. It's real easy. If you try and be nice, All right. And I know tone policing's a bitch, man. But if you try to be nice when a cop's dealing with an aggressive suspect and you back off and you're like, hey, man, I'm just recording to make sure everything's cool, or whatever. You're
Just
nice
don't
to him.
escalate. Just
He's
don't
not an
escalate.
ass. You're not an ass to him. Okay. Most of the time, cops not going to fuck with you anymore. He's going to leave you alone. There will be a few that will mess with you. And when they do, you do like Ken said, you invoke your rights.
We
but
have
you stay
to
back.
operating in the context that has been brought up. We keep bringing all of these other things in. So if you are within arm's reach of an officer arresting somebody and you have a camera in your hand, you're lucky if you don't get shot, because I swear to God, because if I know that is a high stress situation and that cop he's not going to be very friendly about that. Now, if you are 10 feet away or 20 feet away and you're recording, and he turns around and he says, hey, what are you doing over there? What's that in your hand? You say, officer, it's just a phone, whatever. I agree with.
If a cop shoots somebody like that, that's a violation of policy. They'd probably be charged with murder, and they'd probably be convicted with murder.
No, they would literally say, I thought I saw a gun.
That don't help if you're 6 feet under. Well, I mean, I agree.
And
no, I know, but I'm saying Grid One is sitting here trying to advocate for something that's not at all public policy, not at all what the police advocate for.
I'm not advocating for anything. I'm telling you the reality of the situation. You're dealing with a human being.
Police are supposed to be trained better than that.
Dealing with a human being in a stressful situation. Why do you want to add to that?
Well, the whole
See, the problem is, Steelman, you keep trying to talk to the lawfulness of it, and Grid is just speaking to the actuality of what's going to happen, right? You're trying to talk law like you're here amongst a whole bunch of lawyers and a judge and all that shit and trying to argue a case, but Grid's not doing that. He's just talking about what happens in fucking reality, bro. And you can't even
that does happen in reality, but then the police also
and the system are so fucked up right now because you do this bullshit rather than approach things with good morals.
No, it's because police don't act like professionals. If I'm on a phone call and I'm doing customer service, do you think I talk shit to every customer that I don't like? No, I act like a professional.
Okay, more conflation. Stop. Listen. How is it unprofessional for an officer? Let's examine the situation that we've set up and not move off of it. An officer is in the middle of arresting someone. That is not a time to be within arm's reach of that officer if you're a civilian, that he is not identified and eliminated as a potential threat. If you are stupid enough to be within arm's reach, or even within probably 8 to 10 feet, 10 feet, I think you're okay. But if you're close, if you're within a couple of steps of an officer, while he's effecting an arrest, and you are stupid enough to have an object in your hand, and you get shot, I'm not seeing a legal defense there. A legal defense is I was 20 feet away. I was not a threat to that officer.
Who's gonna need a legal defense?
What is not a legal defense is I walked over to this officer. I moved within arm's reach of this officer effecting an arrest, and he shot me, and that is not a legal defense. A judge is literally going to laugh you out of the fucking courtroom, and you will go to jail if you're still alive.
For
No, the
obstruction.
cop will go to jail.
No, you'll go to jail for obstruction.
I promise you, the cop will not go to jail.
I can tell you right now that I've been watching.
The cop's going to go to counseling for having to shoot somebody.
Look, I'm in the middle of a trial right now. I'm in the middle.
I don't give a shit what you're in the middle of.
Where a cop was fighting with somebody who's
showing us that you don't know what the hell you're
on
talking
trial
about
for murder,
to be a lawyer.
for fucking shooting somebody for worse than this shit. If you just turn around and shoot somebody for fucking having a cell phone and you're a cop, you're going to most likely, depending on the totality of the circumstances. But from what we've discussed, it sounds like there's a good case for murder charges.
The totality of the circumstances.
Yeah, and I would say
depending.
It sounds like
a cop is dealing
like
with
a good case for murder
he's arresting a
there.
criminal. You're within 3 feet behind him with a fucking
that
cell
is
phone.
not policy. He's totally in violation of policy. That is
how do you know what policy is?
You will get arrested for obstruction if you're within 3 feet of a police
Hold on.
Okay, so for one, policy is that they give verbal commands.
You can't constantly make claims without backing that shit up. So, what is the policy?
So for one, the accepted standard for police policy before using any type of force is to give verbal commands with a command and then a threat. So they tell them what to do, like back up, or I'm going to shoot you. But usually it would be what you shouldn't have escalated to that level of force.
Of an arrest, and they see someone come up behind them, they're supposed to stop the arrest, turn around. You honestly, that's policy. You can point to that.
No, yeah. So
no,
like I said, depending on the situation. So if you're going to say that he had no time to issue any type of commands,
you can't because it's not.
Yeah, you're going to have.
Hold on, Steelman. What that's called is exigent circumstances. You're going to be familiar with this term in law school.
Well, I know of exigent circumstances, but that usually applies to Fourth Amendment searches, not
exigent circumstances. Mean that this officer is in the middle of something and he doesn't have the time. He has to react to the situation. He can't, because you've removed the option, because of your being so close to him, that you've removed the option of him saying, hey, stop. What are you doing? Who are you? You've removed that ability. There's no, the timeline no longer works. The fact that you have an object in your hand and you are within, as I've already defined, arm's length or within a couple of steps of that officer, he has to assume for officer safety that you are someone coming to help his buddy that he is arresting, and you're going to hit him from behind or shoot him from behind. He has to assume that because he's in the middle of an arrest, and you've not said, officer, I'm a private citizen. I'm coming up behind you. I mean you no harm.
Not all that. Yeah. You say, I invoke my First Amendment right to press. I invoke my Fifth Amendment right to remain silent. Right. So once you've invoked,
you can invoke whatever fucking rights you want, but I'm just telling you, they don't stop bullets.
He's doing the lawyer thing right now. He is so far off in the lawyer thing, he doesn't understand reality.
Well,
you can shoot him like the law. Like I said, then this guy will get charged. This cop would likely get charged with murder, and then you can decide whether or not it was justified.
No, he will be investigated, and they will find that he acted accordingly.
Dude, I mean, like I said,
he won't actually. He won't. So this is something I
am no friend of cops. I don't like most cops. I think most of them are bad people. But I, as a private citizen, let me tell you something. If I'm working on my vehicle and you walk up behind me, you're likely to get shot because you have no business being on my property without me knowing about it.
Or just slap your ass and say, "What's up, cutie?"
I know.
Promises.
Coming in clutch.
I mean, that's the best way to approach a situation. I mean, why? Hang on. If you do that, rolling up on an officer situation, and you just open hand, firm but gentle, slap on the ass. What's up, cutie? While he's trying to arrest somebody for whatever.
Break your fucking arm.
What's the problem? What's the problem there?
Man, go ahead and read that.
Hold on, I want to clarify this real quick.
Don't do that. Don't
read the super
not legal
chat.
Advice.
Read the super chat.
It says, Steelman, as your lawyer, I advise you are taking all the W's. Thank you, K2. I appreciate it.
I just pronounced L's. Also,
Steelman just illustrated that he's either illiterate or dyslexic. One of the two.
No, actually, what Steelman just illustrated is what lawyers are doing right now in the law system. And he's been illustrating it all night by conflating things and moving the topic and staying away from what we're actually talking about.
Okay, so let's get to the point of what we're actually talking about, because I'm not. I was going to bring that up. No. Thank you, because I didn't.
Reminds you, by the way, of the thin blue force field of qualified immunity. The cop's not going to get charged. He will get investigated.
There's a very small circumstance.
100%. So for sure. Christopher Sure, murder trial going on right now.
I'll take you someplace real quick, Steelman. The reason that I specify things and I say exactly what I mean is because I have a point behind it. The reason why I said if you approach an officer from his blind spot and you are within 3 to 5 feet with a phone in your hand and you're recording, there's a very specific reason I used all those circumstances to create that hypothetical. All right. It's because there is actually a law in effect, which is qualified immunity. But there are other things that IAB has that are policies that enforce that if you approach an officer from his blind spot and he's in the middle of an arrest, you can, at a minimum, be arrested if you live through the encounter because you're obstructing justice.
Okay, but I'm making 2 points here, which is that depending on the situation, that cop may also be charged with murder and may be convicted. We don't know.
He won't be.
But he
No,
can't do this situation.
I can show you cases. Okay.
If qualified immunity is intact,
we can
he's
argue
not
that
getting
point all
charged
night. I'm
with
not going to argue that
anything.
with you.
He won't be anymore.
And my next point is you guys are totally conflating this specific
conflating
exact
anything.
hypothetical scenario with A1 auditors, which do not do this shit. And I even specifically said I don't.
That's a steak sauce. That's a
We
steak
moved off
sauce.
of talking about that crap, and we're talking about a very specific hypothetical
Yeah, and so
situation.
I say I'm not agreeing
You
with it.
keep
I say the
jumping
auditors
around all over the
no, no,
place.
Here's my point, my stance on that, just to make it clear, so that I'm not jumping around. I'm saying my stance on that is auditors should always invoke their rights verbally and stand on them, and that's it. But invoke them to make them clear and announce them so they're not, like you said, sneaking up on people. So I'm not suggesting auditors sneak up on cops at all, and I'm also not suggesting that cops shoot. Thank you. And I'm also not suggesting that cops just shoot people that are holding a cell phone because they're scared or startled.
Wait, they shouldn't ambush them with the audit. Is that a bad idea?
They shouldn't ambush them with the audit, but if they do, they shouldn't get shot for it either.
Well, if they're literally getting within 3 to 5 feet of the officer in his blind spot while the officer's conducting an arrest, actually arresting someone physically, and the officer turns around because he thinks that they're an aggressive force coming, and he's got his gun out and shoots them, that's on them. He will not get arrested for that. He will not go to jail for that.
I would say that's up to a grand jury to decide if that's on them or not.
Steelman, the issue that with like putting all these unreasonable restrictions on cops and pretending like they shouldn't have the same right to self-preservation as the rest of us is
actually, I'm saying they do. That's a perfect. It's Dusty. If I'm behind you and I'm holding a camera, does that give you the right to turn around and shoot me?
That is actually what's referenced. What Dusty said is actually what's referenced in the qualified immunity clause is that they have the same right to defend their life as anyone else.
Right. And I don't have the right to go shoot somebody because they're standing behind me. With a
if you
fucking
shoot somebody, you might get charged. That's universal.
Yeah, if they're holding a phone and they're standing behind me recording me and I turn around and shoot them, there's a good chance I'm going to get charged.
No, the deal is this, okay? The specific thing that I'm talking about was actually in the qualified immunity clause. What they stated was if there are two people who are in a hostile situation, a third person approaches from the blind spot within 3 to 5 feet, one of those to one of those people, and that person has a firearm, that person gets shot that's behind them who may have nothing to do with the situation. The person that shot them is not going to be charged with murder because they were in the middle of a hostile
then listen,
situation.
if you ever see a cop wrestling with someone, don't try to help
them. May
them.
or may not have been, and see, that's why I'm saying this whole thing speaks to a very specific circumstance
because
that
if you run up and try to help a cop, he might shoot
jumping
you
around all over the
immunity.
place to try and make all these other points that have nothing to do with what we're talking about.
Well, what are we talking about then?
I have already said, oh my fucking God.
Did I not answer all those questions?
Good.
I thought we were talking
Thanks for having me tonight, bro.
Listen.
I'm going to go destroy some asshats on VK. You guys have a good night.
All right. Yeah, I'm about to have to jump off myself because I'm up later than
You're
normal.
a quitter.
We
Just
have
because you're a quitter.
powdered Dusty here, ladies and gentlemen. He's
I went live. I'm not doing
early.
Say that again. What did you say about me?
I said it's rare to see you out this early. So.
Oh yeah. Well, I woke up at the ass crack of 4:30 and realized that I was at about 5 that I was supposed to be on Team Fatty's channel at 4. So, you know, it's a hard life.
I'm sure they missed you.
It was a good stream. Good stream. So you're ending?
Yeah. I normally end like fucking an hour.
It is kind of late for you, isn't it?
Yeah, an hour. I usually end like an hour ago, except on Saturday nights. But
great. I went live, and I'm not gonna do VK. If you want somebody who's not.
Oh, you have a. Well, slip me the link, man. We'll make it happen. We'll send everybody over.
Oh, wait on. I'm so bad at YouTube. YouTube is the worst stream. Like no, Rumble is the worst streaming platform. YouTube is second worst.
And I'm not live.
No, Twitch is.
I was watching. I'll likely be live in a bit.
No, Twitch you can just go live and you're live. YouTube, there's a lot of other stuff you have to do.
Not me.
Yeah, you got to put in like descriptions and stuff, and things change.
Oh.
Rumble, the actual the server that you point at in your stream key change, but I think they fixed that. I just haven't gone live there in quite a while. I'll figure it out and I'll send it to you. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I think the interesting thing about the argument there, Steelman, is that you for some reason you were really having a hard time really like there is an issue with sneaking up on a cop effectively, and then you granted it, so then we're all cool, we're all friends again. Jess White, you're welcome. Good to have you on the show. Sorry to really participate that much.
Is it just me or is Grid's mic kind of going in and out now?
I just didn't say anything.
It's all the membership stuff.
Oh, okay.
It just started.
Yeah, it's all the members, that stuff flashing on the screen. It fucks with my mic because it's all coming out of the same audio feed.
All right, so Dusty, go ahead and tell him you looked it up and you found out that in a stop and ID state they have to have Raz.
What did I tell you already?
Fuck you, dude.
What did I say?
All right,
I said, Steelman, I don't reward people for obnoxious fucking behavior.
I want my carrot, man. I'm a vegetarian. I need my carrots.
This is the problem. Like, we can see it in your behavior. You're actually high strung as fuck and jittery and jumpy, and it's because you're not eating meat. You're starving.
Yeah,
yourself.
you act like me when I'm drunk.
No, he's more jumpy and you're more needy.
Well, dude, that's because I got to drink a bunch of coffee to stay up late with you guys like this.
Because you got low energy, because you got low iron.
Yeah, I DM.
Yeah, that's true.
I mean, aren't I supposed to like go to bed at a reasonable time? Does anyone like? No, don't most people do that?
I say regular and consistent sleep. It doesn't fucking matter what time it is.
Well, see,
don't forget to say your prayers.
It's the prayers part that matters.
Prayers are really what rejuvenates you. As long as you say your prayers, you get 15 minutes to sleep a night, you're Gucci.
Nice. All right.
You might be pushing it.
Yeah, you only need 10. No, just kidding.
I mean, it depends on how powerful the prayer is.
How much money you got? I mean, how much time you need? That's where we're at now.
I was asking my last night. Can anybody think of a famous or powerful person who's died of cancer?
John Wayne.
How long ago?
Steve Jobs.
Okay, Steve Jobs. Yeah.
Bill Hickok.
How long ago was John Wayne?
Late 70s, 80s.
I don't know if he died of cancer. I'm just messing with you.
When he passed away? No.
Yeah, you already know I'm not buying all that stuff. You know what I mean?
He had lung cancer.
Money hole.
That's why they call them cowboy killers, because he was the Marlboro Man. So.
Don't you blame it on the cigarettes?
You know, the best way to get it is to go into the doctor and get a checkup for it.
For what? Low T? You having problems, bud?
No, you are right. June 11th, 1979. I thought it was later than that.
There we go. This is interesting.
Grid, we got the sort of same aesthetic going on here.
Yeah, now
dim light, red background. Of course, you have a rifle, flexing that bullshit. I could put my mugshot up on.
I got swords too.
You know what? Oh, I have swords.
You can put you can put airsoft up or Nerf.
Or Flo, you have pictures. You have OBS. You could make a scene where you have the pictures of your stuff up. Nobody's gonna be able to tell it's not real because it's YouTube. You can't. You can't. If you're live, you can't touch them anyway.
You should. You should totally
meth intensifies.
Rip off Destiny's background with his guns and
that's a good idea. Just steal Destiny's.
Just have it green screen behind you.
Yeah, that's actually a pretty good idea. I might have to do that.
Has he got multiple now?
Hang on. What I just heard
like
was
a wall with some. He's got like a safe wall with pistols on it. He changed his.
What? Destiny?
Last I watched,
up a little after that cum swallowing.
He just had an over
like a
under last
1022.
time.
Yeah, he had like a 1022 on his friggin' on like 1022 on his wall or something. Maybe an SKS. I don't remember what it was.
Now he's got like a safe door kind of aesthetic or a gun wall aesthetic, like two pistols and maybe a
where
or something.
What I heard Grid suggesting for you, Mr. Flo Dusty, was that you get onto Destiny's casting couch in your scene.
You heard
But I mean, maybe monetize that, like just do exactly the background, but add a black couch into it and put your camera so that you're on the couch.
Should have taken away from that.
Oh, you got it. That's an idea.
What you should have taken away from that is that Destiny's trying to butch back up after taking that load of cum in the mouth.
Oh God!
Wait from now. Hang on, which time?
That escalated.
This is not news, but which time are we talking about?
I don't know. I don't pay attention to. It's not in my sphere of interest.
I don't care. Like I catch the meme videos sometimes, or when
due to my
else
scientific research, I think it was the third time.
Science.
Because science. There you go.
Because he gets like bad grid.
I agree.
I got a
bad grid. Really escalated the shit out of that. Well,
why do all you straight dudes get so gay when I come around? It's weird.
That's a good question.
I
mean, I got an excuse. Yeah. Oh, okay, I was going to say something, but I don't want to be called out for stolen crayons. So
you know what happened when I got up this afternoon?
It was always gay.
Katie goes, I fell asleep last night. How'd your breakup with your boyfriend go?
Ooh.
Oh no, not me. It wasn't me. Please say it wasn't me. Makes me not want to come back to the show anymore.
The funny thing is 10th man's over there thinking which one.
Listen,
that was Grid. That was such a lame dad joke.
Yeah, you nailed it. That was about as funny as that.
So am I. So from one dad to another, do better.
All right, man. I'll work.
I am representing our jokes out here.
Get better. There are no lame dad jokes. You're fine.
Well, the reason that we all
the more of a dad joke it is. It's fine. Please continue.
The reason we tense up around you, 10th man, we get all tense around you is because we don't want to get charged with hate crimes if we talk to you how we really.
Yeah, my name's not Neve, brah.
I'm just kidding, man.
Neve catches a stray.
Oh, I'm gonna keep throwing strays. She was the beginning of my downward spiral last night. I was super happy having a few glasses.
That in common.
I was having a few glasses of wine, and then all of a sudden, I got told I was going to be timed out in Sarah's chat if I didn't stay on topic, and then I went a little crazy.
You seem so rational and sane.
But I want to thank Grumpelstiltskin for muting his fucking power tools. You attention needy ass motherfucker. What in the hell?
Oh wait, no, was the mic actually picking that up? Oh no,
my
bad. No, like hang on.
Actually, guys, I'm gonna go.
Why?
Come on, Grant, stick around, man. We're just getting the party started.
Yeah, it's not that I'm mad at you or anything, or that I don't want to.
Because you're homophobic.
Come on, man. I'm good at
I'm not the gay guy at all.
Hang on, y'all. It's because there's people on the lawn right now.
Yeah, right. And
we need to not be on the lawn.
I'm tired. I'm gonna go to bed. I'm gonna go snuggle up next to my wife and remind her, why I'm daddy.
Hey, baby.
So reminder.
Hey, baby. Baby, can I do sex at you?
You guys.
Oh, Flo, that was, come on. It should have been like something like "Me Love You Long Time" would have been the appropriate thing.
You guys have a great morning, and Steelman, appreciate the argument as always. And you guys have a great rest of your morning. I'm going to go get some sleep. I'm gonna send you over to Grumple so you can use power tools in peace. And after that, you guys, be cool. Wear glasses if you need them, and get off of my lawn.
Wear glasses if you